out there because
Got to
I
go.
want to see if Cromwell is the answer to the question,
I thought it was water
to the
closet.
Paul's thing.
It's not water closet, is it?
Well, it's not Winston Churchill
That's who I was thinking of before water closet.
because there aren't enough spaces after the C to fit in Churchill.
Ah,
It is his birthday today.
Is it?
is it?
Well, for us, for you, it's tomorrow. But anyway,
What?
is it 30th there at the moment, or
It's the 30th here. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, and 30th is his birthday.
Is he gonna have a party?
Uh, might be a bit dead.
A bit, yeah.
It doesn't mean to say he has to come.
Well, the queue to his cemetery will be pretty long because everyone's dying to get in there.
Just don't stop it.
I wouldn't stand for that, Timber.
I'm not. Look, you see, I'm not standing for it. Yes, I can't even say that I can remember his funeral because it was it was a while before I was born. So yeah, he's a little bit dead, sort of.
What decade did he pass away? Roughly.
He died in 1965,
Okay.
January 1965. Not even sure my parents knew each other in '65. I think so. No, they might have done.
Well, my parents better because I was alive by then.
Well, I bloody wasn't. Oh yeah, '65. I
I
suspect
wasn't.
if nothing, they were
Oh,
dating
you
by
weren't.
then. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I was in first class. No, 65. I would have been still in kindergarten, probably.
Blimey, my brother wasn't born until '68, and I followed 2 years after that. So yeah.
I can vaguely remember kindergarten.
You're a young'un.
Who, me?
Farmer, yeah, Farmers is only a young'un.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm only 52
He's only a
at the
young'un.
moment. Yep. And I have surprised a lot of people when we actually sort of mentioned how old you are. They go, "What do you mean? You're 52?" Oh, do I look younger
I'm
than that?
sure
Oh,
you
thank you
were in
very
your
much.
40s when I first met you.
You just
Oh, I might. That's what flat Earth does to you, mate. That's what
It's
flat
been
Earth
that
does
long.
to you.
It's been that long.
Well, yeah, it would have been. Yes, I would have been
Late 40s.
49, 48. I don't know. I can't remember what it was.
What? I'm making a burrito bowl. What's a burrito bowl?
it's one of the. It's like you know what a burrito is, right? Yes, no, maybe.
Trying to picture which one a burrito is.
Is that like
You know what a
a
taco is.
taco? Is
Hello,
it?
Blue.
You
Well, you know
can't
what a
hear. He
taco
won't
is.
hear you yet.
Yeah, yeah, and you know what a wrap
Is
is,
it
like
like a
the
kebab? Is
where you
it?
do the same stuff that's. Now you take the same stuff that's in a taco, but stick it inside a wrap.
Yeah, like a kebab or different.
Right.
Can,
Uh,
can I just say thank you,
it's not how I have.
Zebulon? Thank you, Zebulon. The check is in the post.
Is it?
Babyface fathers. Thank you very much. I'll take that.
So a burrito bowl is basically the same wrap but made into a nice harder type of bowl, and then you stick the same sort of stuff as a taco in it. But he's put in other things as well.
Mm.
I'll find you a picky.
Carl's dishing out pie.
That's a funny pie.
Burrito bowls.
I thought pie started with three.
So has anyone guessed who WC is yet?
Yeah, we just haven't got it right.
Oh. Well, obviously, today's scientist was a chemist and a physicist, He was a pioneer of vacuum tubes, inventing his namesake tube. Oh, he discovered thulium with the help of spectroscopy and described the
that'll be-
spectrum of terrestrial helium. He did not discern a true explanation of how his namesake radiometer worked.
Radiometer.
Well, it's radio and meter. There you
Radio
go.
Gaga. Is his surname Cathode?
No.
Cathode tube.
A
That's a shame.
namesake
Cathode
tube.
ray tube.
William Campbell. I put it. Don't know who that is.
No, that's soup. Didn't he make soup? Campbell's?
Well, it's had to be cathode.
Apparently it's not cathode.
It's not cathode.
Hang on.
We've got someone with a first name correct and someone with a second name correct.
Okay.
Just combine the two of them, and it's all correct.
Combine the two.
William, I'm guessing. Let's combine the two. Well,
What?
probably the wrong way
William
around, but-
Crooks?
That would be him. William Crooks.
I was going to type that in and get all sorts of praise and
Yeah,
glory, and now you just.
Oh,
blew
I
it
was
out.
I
don't
was
know.
going to do that. Yeah. What are you, some sort of flat earther?
Yeah, exactly.
No,
Always make sure you
taken
go
after Matt.
second, so you can
Matt.
say, "I was going to say that."
I was taken up to Matt from the other week with cosmology over astronomy.
Oh.
There's a vacuum tube named William.
No, I've never heard of a vacuum tube called.
William Tube. William Tube.
Is that like the Jeffries tubes in Star Trek?
Oh, there is William Tube on Wikipedia. What's a Williams tube? There is a Williams tube. There you go. So you're not wrong.
Oh,
I'll dump it into the FaceApp. Where's Discord? There it is. There's actually a Williams tube. So you're not wrong. There you go.
Did you know that when they invented a vacuum chamber big enough to put a human being in it, there was actually a person that was going to go inside and test it out?
Really?
what, without a suit?
Yeah.
Flurfers have been around that long.
Yeah.
What moron would,
was,
what
was,
moron
his, was,
would,
his,
would agree to do that?
was his name Cletus?
No.
Yeah, here's $10. Go in. Oh, okay then. Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah.
And the only
No.
reason that they didn't do it was because the pump failed on that day.
Yeah. Well, people do
There's a-
some silly things.
Like-
Stroke of good luck for you.
You've got to kind of hope though, had they actually gone ahead, they wouldn't have got as far as actually making, sucking all the air out, because he would have said, "Oh, hang on a minute, he doesn't look very comfortable,"
Well, they did test out smaller vacuum chambers on animals. They started off with insects and gradually worked their way up in size.
So you'd think they know what happens, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hmm.
Well, I mean, Curie did carry around a big lump of radium with him to show off at parties. So
Could it be true? I hold in my hand a lump of purest green.
that didn't go well for him.
It does smack of a certain group of people, somewhere in the region of 44 to 45, who would quite happily carry tests out, the results of which we still use to some degree today on live subjects. Well, live to a point. And when it was discovered after the war, they said, "Oh, this is extremely useful data. We'll hang on to this." Gone quiet.
It's quiet.
I didn't say anything.
Exactly.
No, I know. That's why it's quiet. It's nuts. Yes.
Oh, Lindsay's been busy.
Yes, Lindsay's done one or two, I
Ooh.
think.
Well, we're not going to play two.
Well, I certainly hope not.
Yeah.
Especially when one goes for 29 and one goes for... How long did the other one go for? 14. Okay. One goes for 14.
I wonder if he's been snide and bitch in the comments again. Let's have a look.
Our comments or his comments?
The one we watched Saturday, people had left comments and he was replying to them and he was being quite, quite
Okay.
snide and.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there's one. Oh, his first comment that he put on his video. Watch this bullshit. YouTube, the dirty scumbags have stopped me from copy and pasting.
Okay.
Did you say we had
apropos of
Did you say we
nothing.
had Lindsay in the links on Discord there somewhere?
No, I don't,
don't have him in there.
Lindsay links on Discord.
No, I'm looking somewhere else.
Do you mind dumping the link to his YouTube? I'll have a look at his comments.
Okay, hang on a minute. Let me dump the one I was just.
Yeah, that'll do.
I mean, I've got a copy of his channel up in Stream Homework, but you've got to
Yeah,
fish through them all to find it.
Ticket it. I'll stick it in.
There we go. I'll just put it in fair suck. That's the latest one that I was looking
Yeah,
at.
that'll do. Thanks, man.
Now, the one we're going to watch
these
today
last-
is The Basics of Physics You Are Not Meant to See.
Oh, so you went for the 29 minutes and 59 seconds one.
Yeah.
Okay. Not Euclid's fifth postulate has been manipulated.
Didn't we watch that one, or is this just another variation on it?
Well, this one is only he posted it 11 hours ago. So
Oh, it must be a new one because there's one he did on Euclid's. It might not have been the fifth postulate. Maybe that's one.
the Euclid one was 7 hours ago. I mean, you've heard of the Enigma variations. Well, these are the Lindsay variations.
Ah, okay.
Because after a while, all he's got to talk about is the same old nonsense. So it's just a matter of, rinse and repeat. And God, I'm just looking at what he got on the whiteboard. What a mess.
Well, he doesn't have many comments in that lot. It's 4
No, well,
comments.
they're relatively, they've not even been up a day yet. Give him a few days and there'll be comments, and then he'll be having to go back and.
I apologise for the distraction.
Well, I thought we'd
if I
watch
distracted your
another
presentation.
another bit of dirt before we play Lindsay.
Okay.
Sure.
MC Toon done a
It's your
debate
channel.
today. Well, as long as I've got your permission, that's all right then. With a person named Ryan. And it's not the Ryan that Toon kept saying, it's a different Ryan, so I don't know who this other Ryan is that he was talking about.
Maybe you got saved.
Yeah. So I'll just play the little bit of it that's the most... I can get to the start of it. About there, I think. Yeah, it's only the first... How long does that go for? Get back to there. Yeah, we should be able to... I might just hump the speed up just a tad, so just to make it whiz
Yeah.
through. Yeah, it's only the first few minutes, 10 minutes or whatever it is the best bit of the whole video.
Sure thing, mate. Go for it. Go for it.
Go for it, okay. Where's me play me press play robot today. He's not here.
Ah, dear.
Okay. I better
I'll
share.
have to send you over some specs for a place. Actually, what we'll do, Terry, is we'll buy you one of those old, the Dunkin' birds. You used to have the sitting in front of a. Yeah, we'll get you one of those so you can sit it in front of your space bar and it can just
A remote control one.
play.
So we've got that.
Yep.
That's all ready to go. Press derp. Carl's got the play thing. I'll
Hello,
unmute
Terry.
there.
Yes, Carl.
All unmuted everywhere. You probably will need some face palm type protection for this, I'd say, guys. So.
Like that. That's funny. All right, hold on. This go ahead with the show. I've got the video here. I'm gonna just send it over to your email here in a
Go
second.
ahead with the show. All right. Well, I suppose I could I'll set up the stream. Okay. So
There you
PhD
go.
Tony said for GLHF is good luck, have fun. Thank you for that translation. Now I know what GLHF stands for. So you're gonna want to have a video showing. Let me get this ready for everybody here. Do it like that. Do it like this. Did it with a wiffle ball bat. So I'm on the run. The cops got my gun. Right about now, it's time to have some. I should not be quoting Beastie Boys at this time, should I?
I got it.
Talks too fast.
You got the video?
Yep, I'm pasting it to your email right now.
All right.
That was what I actually clipped, because after we spoke, I was looking for some more info, and I got an article from the Time magazine from 1945 that basically stated that how we can see further when the air is thinner or there's less humidity, and higher altitudes you can see further because there's less water in the air, there's less humidity. And it was just giving different numbers for the ability to see far. And then it had the horizon distance at 2.9 miles. And basically at 2.9 miles, objects begin to be obscured and disappear from the bottom up because of the curve of the Earth. And, modern technology has completely destroyed that. So that would be the first thing. It's quite obvious that our eyes could only see 2.9 miles.
Whoa, hold on
it disappears.
If our eyes can only see 2.9 miles, then the sun must be closer than 2.9 miles? Because we can
I don't
see the
know.
sun.
No. Well, remember what I said first, though, that the water in the air, just like you can't see to the bottom of the ocean, no matter how clear it is, the deeper it gets, the less you can see down further, right?
Yeah.
So there's going to be more water in between me and the object I'm observing. Obviously, the sun is massive and it's way up in the sky. How high? I don't know. So there's no moisture when you get, there's a lot less moisture the higher you get, obviously.
Yeah.
The air is much drier. Okay. So if stating we can only see 2.9 miles because of the curve of the Earth, then how come we could take a camera and zoom in much further than that? So do you have to move the goalpost, or
No,
is
you just need to use the appropriate, complete, not partial, application of the model, right?
Okay, so at 2.9 miles, why can we still see with a zoom camera? How come we can see further than that over the ocean, and it still should be obscured no matter how far that telescope or whatever can zoom in, right? It should still be obscured at 2.9 miles if things are disappearing because of the curvature, correct?
Well,
Or I don't want to give you, I know what you're
not at all. All right, so how far into this video do we see the ship? I'm kind of scrubbing across and looking for where the ship is.
Well, 2.9 is when it
somewhere around
starts
halfway.
disappearing.
I don't see a ship anywhere.
Yeah, it's just right there. Stop.
There is no ship.
Right there.
No ship.
That looks
No,
like
not there. It's when you saw the buoy.
that's
an
It's
island.
right where the buoy. You could see the ship going and driving around the
Buoy.
buoy,
there.
right?
The
And
buoy.
There's the
and then
buoy.
he zooms out. You can't see anything. Right.
Okay. So but where's the ship?
All right. Stop there. I believe it's right around the buoy. So it's right there. There's a buoy.
Okay. I see the buoy, but where's the ship?
She isn't even on the horizon.
Either way, even if it's
Nah.
a buoy, still. But there should be a ship somewhere around there. But I should have gave you the
So-
exact point
so
in the
how far
video.
away's
But
the
if you
buoy?
zoom out, the buoy disappears.
Yeah, but
Why
it
did it
didn't,
Not where the
disappear?
it
horizon
didn't
is, that's
disappear
for
bottom
sure.
up. Let's go back to
It
this. Here,
well,
let's
hold
look.
on.
Let's get the buoy real close. Let's get.
It disappeared bottom up for sure.
Okay, so
look as
there's
it goes back.
So there's the buoy,
Yep,
not obstructed by the horizon. The horizon is behind it.
correct.
Right? And then we go a little farther. Right? Same. Jumped a little too far. So same. We still see the buoy with the horizon behind it.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
And it went off screen. There it is. Still.
There it is.
Yep. Horizon behind it.
Okay.
Horizon behind it. Now it's zooming out and it's getting smaller. but
Okay,
you can see the horizon is still behind it. Right?
Hold on. It's got to be. It's very fast when he zooms out. So if you look closely, it does disappear from the bottom up. Go ahead.
No, it doesn't.
Doesn't.
The horizon is still
it's
behind
getting,
it.
Gary, why
it's
bother?
getting smaller.
Gary,
And
why bother? It's the same
still
problem.
visible. Nothing has been
Okay, if
obstructed
the
bottom up.
Okay, keep going.
Okay.
It's
Okay,
getting
still-
smaller and
it's just
smaller.
smaller.
The bottom of it's gone now. The
Cool.
bottom of it's
The
gone.
bottom of you can
It's
tell the
just
bottom
small.
of it's from that distance.
Right. It's
That's
just-
why we
right.
got to get a ship, but it's
Yeah, why didn't you get a ship?
continue. It's okay. Well, hold on. I because I didn't get you the right part of the video, but as you can see, it's like
Okay.
half of
You
the
didn't
buoy
get the
now.
right video, probably.
No, it's just smaller. Everything's just gotten smaller.
You can still see that it's in front of the
That's it.
horizon.
It's just,
Yeah.
it's just gotten smaller.
Yeah.
Keep going.
A lot
Yeah.
smaller.
All right. There you go. Now it's just gotten smaller.
Well,
It
really
disappears.
small now.
No,
but
no,
geez,
no,
I can
no,
barely
keep
see
going.
small.
It disappears from the bottom.
No, it's still
What?
you can
What?
still see
You can still
that
basically
it's
see
The
small.
point of it,
It's
it's
blurry.
right.
a
You
dot.
could see the point of it, but
Yeah.
the horizon has moved up closer to us.
No,
What?
Absolutely. You can look at it. I mean, first of all, we're
Alright.
using a buoy.
Yeah.
Second of all, you
where's
need
the
something
ship?
bigger.
where's the
Okay,
ship?
well, it's in the
where's the
video.
ship?
It's like this is 6 pixels. We're looking at
sunk.
6 pixels. Do you have a ship? All right, I'll scroll. You say there's a ship. Here's this. This is like land. It looks like. All right. It's man.
I mean, you know what I'm going to do? Because
You're-
I'm going to find it.
You're gonna have to do better, man.
Oh,
You got to keep going. Keep going.
I'm going back.
Okay,
Look,
there's
that's
a
the ship.
description of vanishing point.
Yeah, that's robot.
That's pretty.
That,
That's pretty
No,
simple.
right,
that
right,
does,
Bob.
it doesn't actually work that way, but all right. I mean, Robotham, he tried, but he didn't actually use any physics behind it.
no.
Oh,
Well,
I just want to make sure this is clear. This is
No.
Eric debate. This is from somebody else, right? You said
this
you had
is somebody
you
else.
said you had maybe something you did.
I did. I could not get that. I've got, a lot of things going on with work. I could not get it. I looked
It's
for
all
it.
right. It's all right.
But-
All right. I mean, you're not the first to not have it. Is this blue, people? Is this blue? You see the mason jar that I have, the ball mason. Is it bluish? Looks blue to me. It's a new mason
Blue
jar.
greenish.
I'm showing it off.
Hold on.
You don't have to look.
Yeah,
This is the live chat here. I'm asking.
Okay.
Because I've
Actually,
become
Minta's
a
got-
connoisseur
I
of
forget what-
mason jars for some reason. Oh, it's teal. It's green.
Minta's
It's
got a
bluish.
specific
Looks green
element.
here. Looks blue to me. Turquoise, blue, green. It's pretty. Okay, let's go with pretty. Greenish. I don't know. The Toonshine tastes the same, by the way.
I mean, it really begs the question as to what proof is there that water curves over the surface in large bodies. You said you were going to have that. So
Oh,
let's
yes.
see that before we bust on me.
Let's do that. All right. Well, how about this?
Let's see the proof of that.
Can I add you to the list of people that promises to send me the video and then doesn't send the video of the ship getting obstructed bottom up and then being unobstructed.
Not yet.
with
You
the
got
sword.
it. You got to at least give me to the end of the evening due to unforeseen circumstances,
All
and
right,
then
all
you
right.
have to promise to put it on your channel afterwards.
I will. I keep looking, and I tell you, I've debated a few people, and they're like, "Hold on, I'll send it to you," but I know it's the elusive. If anybody's watched Oak Island, it's the same thing. They're like, I'm gonna dig the next hole,
Yeah.
and then the next hole we're gonna find the hidden treasure, and
Yes.
then you get to the bottom.
I started
of that hole,
watching
you're like,
that and then
"Oh,
soon had to give up.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's too easy. I teed
it's
you up.
just
I
some
get it.
dirt.
Yes, I teed you up.
You're a
How
How
tease.
many
tease.
holes
You're
did
just
they
a
end up digging
tease.
to that
All right.
island to try to find that treasure?
But because, of course, it was obviously like shown in the States before it made it over here in the UK. After a while, and you sort of think they're never actually going to find anything. I went and had a look on the Wikipedia page, and there it has the description for every show in every series. And you just scroll down it and you go, yeah, they don't find anything.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, these two brothers spent an absolute fortune digging this place up. And they find, most of what's found is found on the surface by, metal detector. Oh, look, I found a coin. I found this. I found that. Yeah, what you haven't found is this vault full of gold that's buried. Yeah, because it's not there. It's not real. You're tilting at windmills. You're chasing a dream. Somebody's fed you a cock and bull story, and they have wasted millions, untold millions of dollars on it.
Oh, they found a pot of gold, all right. It's called a television series.
Television
Correct.
series.
Correct. That's the only way that they're
That's like
making any money out of it.
Well, I'm sure
That's like the
I'm
Finding-
sure they've done well.
Yeah, it's like the Finding Bigfoot series. Every show they go, oh yeah, we might find him. It's like 3 seasons in, still haven't found him.
Yeah, the History Channel with how many programs and series have been called Hunting Hitler. You're a bit late, guys.
Yeah.
You ain't going to find him over there, and you certainly ain't going to find him alive.
No.
I've just finished watching Clarkson's Farm, right? And
What did you think? What did you think?
The point where he builds his shop and he's looking for things to put in his shop. So he makes these scented candles and he sells them by writing on them, "This smells like my bollocks."
Is it not one of the funniest things you've seen?
Yeah.
Clarkson on a farm. As soon as I saw that, because obviously being a farming background, and I am a big fan of Jeremy Clarkson, when they said, "Oh, Clarkson's Farm," and it's really not that far away from here. I've never made it over there, but it's like I've got to watch this. And there was a point where he said, "Cut the grass. I know. I'll get some sheep," and I'm going, "No, they're more trouble than they're worth. Don't get any sheep."
I knew what sort of show it was going to be the moment he said he was going to buy a tractor, and he comes back with a Lamborghini tractor.
And then it doesn't fit in the shed. Yeah, I can't wait for the next series to come out. I think it's coming out just after Christmas. Yeah.
And didn't he go to do some harvesting or something, and the person that was going to help him do it said he didn't have enough trucks or something? Or something similar?
Oh, it's the classic. How many times did you say in Top Gear, how difficult can it be? He'd had this estate for several years, and somebody else had been doing it for him, and he'd retired, and he thought, well, how hard can it be? I'll do it. And bless him, he hadn't got a clue. But what it has done, I think, is it's brought to the attention of an awful lot of people what farmers have to do and what they have to put up with, and just how reliant their yearly salary is on the bloody weather. I think an awful lot of people don't realise. It helps with Clarkson because he's already, rich. He's not doing the farming for the money. He's doing it because it's his land, it's his farm. I'll do it myself. And you think, well, if you were an actual farmer and that was your livelihood and that was your business, it shows just how difficult it can be. Because it rained for weeks. And it does that. If your entire year's salary was dependent on the weather, you'd worry a lot about the weather too.
Well, this entire year's salary ended up being what, 144 quid.
Yeah, because poor old boy, he'd started from scratch, hadn't he? What do you need? Well, you need this. Oh, I need tractors, and I need trailers, and I need a seed drill, and I need da-da-da, and a blah, blah, blah. He had to go, and obviously farmers, when they're starting out, I know what my dad did, a lot of it was either inherited or second hand, and you may do with old crap for years before you can replace it. I mean, in all the years my dad farmed, I think he had 2 combines. Neither of them were brand new.
Anyway, getting back to the Numpty video.
Oh, yeah.
We were digging a hole, weren't we? Or something about digging.
All right, hold on. Let me. All right. So first, let's go. Let's so that we're clear what it is that we're gonna we want, right? Okay. I got some paper here. We're gonna start with a brand new piece of paper. I got my ruler. All right. And I got my permanent my Sharpie that's the wrong color. Look at that. Nobody's gonna see that. Why somebody came and took my Sharpie. But I do have a pen, a proper pen. So
That happens when you got kids.
Yeah. It didn't
Tomato
hide his
Girl
Sharpie very
Zumi
well.
says, curious where your mason jar is free. In fact, this mason jar was free.
Some £200
become the
went to school once.
of a large collection of your farm and they're going out there. They're hunting deer. He got a deer last weekend, and so these were in the house. So you've heard the formula, and this is the one time the formula is the right formula. What is that formula for Earth curve? And I do
I'm
have
supposed
a
to answer that one.
Yeah, because it's the one formula that flat earthers know about Earth curve.
Oh yeah, I used to study this and know this like the back of my hand. What's it? It's not 8 inches per mile squared. It's
Squared.
Yeah, it's 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, it is. So,
all right, there you go.
All right, here is
What a genius.
here's the surface of the Earth. We've got 2 points.
What? Whoa! What's this? What's this?
I'm doing a diagram. This is the necessity.
Is this your proof?
No, this is
your proof?
We're going over the necessary geometry, just so that we're on the same page, right? Oh, yeah.
I just thought you were going to show me the experiment. What do we discuss? We discussed the experiment or the observation.
We're going over the geometry behind it first.
All right, let me. There we go. Okay, now I can see it there.
And,
all right, go ahead.
span of a net.
So there's that. And so this is the one time the formula is correct. So, so that line there is the this one line here. This is vertical for that point on the surface of a globe, right? It's vertical there. This line here is vertical there, and this is horizontal. It's orthogonal to this line. Okay.
Wait, so we're okay.
Right?
Okay.
This is just the geometry. Now, the intersection.
Right, but you're assuming it's one way. I was just asking for the proof. That's an assumption of something.
No, this is simply the geometry of it. That's all we're doing is going over the geometry. Right, so that when we look
you're
at
doing
the actual
geometry of a globe, I'm talking about sitting bodies of water.
Yes,
so I'm not quite sure.
Absolutely, I'm getting there. Don't try to get to step 73 when I'm on step 3. All right, so step 3 here.
Yeah,
whatever.
try to jump ahead
vertical,
too many
you got
steps.
your horizontal. This other point here, so this distance, this elevation here, right? Let's just call that 5 feet. Let's say. Right? So let's say that this is 5 feet above the surface of the Earth, and let's say it's water, right? Because if the Earth is a globe, then water must curve, right?
Yes, exactly.
So let's say that's 5 feet. Now, if you go over to this other point here and you measure up 5 feet on a globe, it's going to be different. I'm actually going to measure it, make sure I get the right. It's not actually 5 feet. There it is. So
this is worse than my buoy.
This is just the geometry of it. So this mark here, this mark here is 5 feet above this surface there. So there's going to be a drop. That's the formula, is the drop. Let me draw
the difference. Well, just okay, yeah.
All right. So there it is. There. So if you're at 5 feet on one side, oh, I didn't put that. You got 5 feet on the other side. So if you take something that's 5 feet above the surface of water at one side, right here, and 5 feet above the surface of water on this side,
how far these two are apart.
Of course,
It matters
the
how far
amount
these
of
two are apart.
yeah, that's where the formula comes in. The 8 inches per mile squared, right, is an approximation.
Right.
It's good enough. It's good enough for, but this is drop, not bottom up obstruction. There are different formulas for that.
Of course.
Right. Okay. So at when you're looking across a surface of water, if you take and you put a mark 5 feet above here, or you put your viewing position, right, like a telescope or a camera or a, an auto level or something, 5 feet above the surface of the water here, and then you put a target 5 feet above the surface of the water here, right? If the earth is flat, when you look across it, then they'll line up. And if the earth is a curve, then this will drop. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's just the geometry. So if we get a high quality, high precision device that can be level, that you can be certain is level at this position, and you set a target over here that's at the same elevation, then you can know whether or not the surface of the water is convex. There's our test. Okay, I just want to make sure, right, that we have an understanding of the geometry, and then
it's pretty simplistic. Yeah,
it is. Yeah, if it drops, then the surface of water is convex. If it doesn't drop, then the surface of water is not.
That's assuming that you're on the edge of the water and looking over the water itself. Absolutely.
Yeah. So you'd want to be certain that you're 5 feet above the water. So you'd want to use some very precise measuring instruments to make sure that you're above that by the right amount, right?
All right, that's elementary. So tell me, who's done this? Where is this? Where's this been done?
I got it. It's been done a few times. So I will get them, and I'm still you're still sharing.
It's been done thousands of times.
So I want to make sure I get the right one. There's a couple. And
pretty sure anyone doing a surveying degree.
So here is.
We've had to have done it as a test.
Here we go. You're gonna love this. This'll tell us whether or not you're looking for a truth. If you're a truth seeker, or if you just have kind of a religious position about this. This was done by Jesse.
Yeah, I used to believe we lived on a ball. I never even questioned it.
Yeah. So this
got nothing to do with religion.
Yeah, since you agreed.
In fact, the opposite.
Yes, since you agreed about the geometry of it, this is where we just go out and test it, right? So this is Jesse Kozlowski. He's a licensed surveyor, and he did a test just like I described. So I'll go through what he did.
So he's going to a piece of land that doesn't work. Sorry, that doesn't work.
This is on water.
That doesn't work.
You can't do it on water?
If he's looking like he's got two pieces of land there's the other side. Is he going to a piece of land on the other side?
Again, you're jumping ahead. Just sit
I'm
back.
not. I
sit
where
back
he's
and relax. Just sit back and relax and watch this here, right? So we've got position 1, 2, position 3, 4 there, right? They're right both on the edge of a Union Lake in Millville, New Jersey. All right, you see that? Here is the water. The edge of the water. So he went right to the edge there, and he set up this level on there.
Right, gotcha. Okay.
And he measured from right there, from the surface of the water up to the top of this piece of wood. Measured that. And he set up it. And all right, so I jumped over a few things here, and I'm not going to read all the details here, but he sets up so that he's right above the surface of the water with that target. You see that target there? That's got this is a specifically.
Yeah, but they're on land. It doesn't work. It's on land. Sorry, it doesn't work.
Oh, right. You missed the
they're
part
on land.
All right. Do you see right here? Right here. Do you see that?
Yeah, they're on land. Doesn't work.
Is this water?
That doesn't look like land to me.
No.
Is this water, Ryan? Is this water?
Whether or not it's water, it doesn't matter if it's air underneath. You're getting two different pieces of land, and they can be at different heights, just like a sea level can be 10 feet above sea level or 100 feet.
But here's what you're missing. He measured
'Cause
the
sea's level.
elevation. he measured the elevation of the target above
Doesn't
the
work.
water.
Sorry, that's
Ryan, above
no,
the
it
water.
doesn't work.
Above the water, Ryan. Above the water. Not above the land, above the water. He measured the height of the target above what? The water, not the land. Right?
He's
So if
on
the-
2 pieces of land. Each
No,
side is on 2
he's-
pieces of
okay.
land.
Yeah, but he's above the water, Ryan. Now, he's not measuring against the land. He's measuring against the water. Now, here's where we find out if you're honest. He's measuring above the water. He's not measuring above the land. He's referencing to the water. Okay? 1,280 above the water.
Yeah, when you're going to the shore, the topography can be much different from one piece of the shore to the other. That does not. What was the
Not
variance?
measuring
What was
from
the
the
difference?
The
land.
topography of the
How much?
water? How much does the water
Well,
topography change?
Not the topography of the water, but
Oh,
the
and-
land underneath.
But he's the
So
land.
how-
The land underneath the water. He's not measuring
He's
against
right
the
on
land.
he's measuring right against the shore.
All right, I'll show you again. He's measuring against the water. Do you see this? It's on screen right now.
Yeah,
He's
but you know
measuring
where he's
against
at.
the water.
He's at a little pocket where it's like 3 inches of water there.
Does the surface of the water, when it's only 3 inches deep,
It's
not
all water.
match curve or flatness?
When it's low enough, absolutely, you can have a puddle somewhere, and somewhere else it could be deep, and they can be at different heights.
But it's not a
absolutely.
puddle. Look.
Does that
We're
look
talking
like,
about the
That's-
ocean
It's
here.
Does
all,
that look like
it's
We're
all
talking about-
water.
Definitely not a puddle.
is this
It looks like
It's a big-
about
it's a
4
pretty
inches.
big
It looks like
puddle.
about 2 inches of water right
okay,
there
is
where
this
he's at.
all right? That's fine. Is this a puddle?
Look at where he's at.
Is this a puddle, Ryan?
That is not a legitimate proof
Is this
at
a
all.
puddle?
That's not even close.
Ryan, is
That's
this
not
a
even
puddle?
close.
Ryan, is this a puddle? You said a puddle. Is this a puddle?
Yeah, it is. I want to see the bottom. Let me see the bottom where he's at. Keep going
This-
down.
I want to be sure. You said
Keep
this.
going
It's
down.
right on screen.
I
Is
can't
this-
see where he's at. All I can see is I
Ryan.
can't see. I don't know. You're not showing me.
Is this a puddle?
You're not showing me the bottom. Can I see
I'll
the
show
bottom?
you the bottom. I'll show you the top first. Just is what you're looking at here a puddle? Yes or no?
Out in the middle of the lake, of course not.
Okay, and now
But
that
where he's
part's
measuring,
connected.
I'm talking about.
And oh, look at that.
Where he's
and
measuring. Keep
now
going
is that-
down.
Is
Keep
that
going
connected?
down. No,
Is
he's
that-
on land. No, he's not on land. No, that's
Wow.
not
It's in the
legitimate.
water.
I mean, there are
Yeah, it's definitely it's in the
there
water.
are
It's
right
not
now.
legitimate.
Just so you know, Ryan,
It's-
there's 400 people
he's
watching
panicking.
you be dishonest.
I'm not being dishonest. I think the experiment's dishonest.
You
to
are.
prove what you said you were going to prove. I said
Very
sitting
dishonest.
bodies of water in
Yes.
a convex shape over the surface. What's
Yep,
the
so it's-
variance?
He's measuring from
What's-
the surface of the
how
water, Ryan,
much?
exactly what you
Okay,
wanted.
how much is the curve?
Exactly,
Let's just go
and
with you.
No. I'm not going to go any farther because it's pointless to go any farther since you've already rejected measuring the surface of the water as measuring the surface
It's
of the
not
water.
the water. He's
Well, how is
not.
this
Look
not
at
the
where
water?
he's standing it.
It's touching the surface of the water, Ryan. It's not touching the bottom of the water. It's not touching the ground underneath the water. That ruler is going to the surface of the water. He's using the water as the datum, not the ground, just the
And where's
water.
the other side? Let me see the other side.
We'll get to that. And he did the same thing on the other side, just so you know.
Let's see it.
Right. Right. As soon as it's pointless to go any farther until you are honest and acknowledge that he's measuring from the surface
it's
of the
pointless
water.
to go any further unless I could see all aspects of the experiment. Period.
Okay.
I need to see all the experiment before I
Absolutely.
can say anything.
Absolutely. Well,
How can I say
Well,
anything?
then why were you? Well, Ryan, you jumped in before I got to the end of the description. You are the one that wanted to interrupt my description before you saw all of it. So now, do you want to see all of it and then talk about it, or do you want to have me go over piecemeal and then you interrupt piecemeal? Which one? We'll do one or the other. You can't start on one and then demand to go to the other one. That's a little suspicious, right? If you want, I will gladly go through the entirety of it, and then you can write down your questions, and we can.
It's
address
not that
everyone.
hard. It's really just I want to see one point, then the other point, and I want to see what the data is that he got from it.
Okay,
That's it.
but you've already said that measuring from the surface of the water doesn't count as measuring from the surface of the water.
Measuring from a puddle in a depression next to the shore there is
Wait,
a little sketchy.
I
is
mean,
all
we
I'm
have
saying.
400
I didn't say
people. We have 564 people right now seeing that you call this a puddle in a depression.
You know, it kind of looks that way, and I'm skeptical of these.
Ryan.
This is a very nuanced
Ryan,
measurement.
570 people now are watching you call this a puddle in a depression.
The appeal to the crowd and the majority is not going to win any scientific argument. So you're going to have to go through the whole thing.
Denial is the problem here, Ryan, but that's fine. All right, let's keep going. I will tell you,
I've
write down your question.
Yet.
Write down your questions.
I've denied nothing yet.
Right,
There's been nothing denied.
Ryan.
I'm inquisitive of the source
Okay.
and the data that I'm getting.
All right.
And I haven't got anything but one picture.
All right, write down your questions, and I'll go through the whole thing because that's how you said you wanted it, okay? All right, so here he's measuring from the surface of the water. He uses that to set up. You can see down here, there's the pegs on the ground there. He used to get the water as his datum to set up the target there. That's what that yellow and black thing is there. And here's the edge of the target where he's measuring it up with 1280 on that measuring device. Now here's the other side where he did the similar setup.
So he's on the shore there. He's not in the water.
Wait, write down your questions, and then at the end we'll go over them. Okay. You can see he's got these sticks in the ground at this one as well, and he's setting them on he's using the sticks on the ground to get measurements above the surface of the water so that he can set his theodolite, the center of his theodolite, based on the elevation above the surface of the water. Right? And again, here he is. He's measuring it again. This is his theodolite, his wild theodolite. So he says the axis of the theodolite was consistently set up at the same height as the targets for each new occupation of each stake. And here he's showing, now this is the yellow target. He's showing that he leveled the target.
Right, the target's on land, so I don't think that we're ticking all the boxes here.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
Write down your questions, and we'll get to
it's
each
not
of
a
them.
question, it's a statement.
Well, write down all of your statements and concerns and queries, and we'll go over them at the end because that's how you.
I've already debunked it. He's on the land. That's done.
He's referenced from the surface of the water. Right. So.
But he's on the land, and both sides have to be over the water. Both sides.
They have to.
Not one. Both.
Why do they have to be over the water if they've already been referenced to be an elevation above the surface of the water, like this? Here, see that? So he measured. See that?
Because we're having to take his word for it, and that's exactly what it is. Instead of putting two pieces in the water at opposite sides of the lake in the water, and then give us the difference. So there's no way it could be different. It's impossible. It's silly. It's almost silly to even discuss.
I just want to be clear. You think that because the actual tripod isn't all three legs in the water.
Target.
The legs of the tripod. You want all three legs of the tripod to be in the water, and then use the water, the surface of the water to get the height.
I don't know that you could put it on the land and then give us the height that it is, and we're supposed to just take that for his word. It has to be two things in the. Why wouldn't you take two objects in exactly the same kayak or boat and put on two different sides of the lake and see if there's any variance whatsoever? And there can't be. It's impossible.
That's exactly what he did. Exactly. 100% exactly what you asked for is what he did. He used the surface of the water.
He's on the land.
He used the surface of the water as his reference point.
He has to use the surface of the water. The other side is his reference point. He's not in the water.
In fact, he did, and I can show.
He's not in the water.
There you go. You can see down there. Do you see the stakes? Let me see here if we can.
He's not in the water. I'm sorry. It doesn't count.
Have
it's
to
not
be
valid.
The tripod. You're saying the tripod has to be in the water. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what he's trying to say.
The legs of the tripod.
It's got to be at the exact same height. It has to be at the exact same height.
Okay. Does it
over
have to
the water that the other side is over
exactly.
the water?
That's exactly what he did. Do you see those
stakes?
He
didn't. He's got.
Yes. Do you see those stakes? Do you see those stakes on the ground there that he pounded in? He used those to measure above the surface of the water. And then I'll show you this here. This is an important part of it where he has this level here, this level here. So he sets up the level with the stakes there. And he does the
Those
thing.
stakes are in the ground, not in the water. They're not
I wasn't
measuring
done.
the
I
water.
wasn't done talking, and there's no way for you to understand what it was that he did if you interrupt me in the middle of my sentence. Right? You need to not
Go ahead.
interrupt me. So he set out the stake in the water as well, and used the level on the carpenter's level so that the surface or the height of all of the stakes. So some of the stake is in the water. It's actually stuck in the water. And he's not showing the other one here, but he uses those to get the reference point. So let me show you here. You can see this back one here. Do you see how that back stake is in the water there? Actually, you see that?
No, it's.
Do you see that back stake?
It's not in the water. Just because it's wet doesn't mean it's in the water.
No,
it's
not
in the 2 points.
It's
sitting
in the
over
water.
the water. It's not even attached to the body of water. In reality,
why does it have to be attached? And all it needs to do is be the same elevation above the water on both sides. And that's exactly what he did, Ryan.
There is not two objects the exact same above the water on both sides. It's not. There's not.
In fact, there is. And
they're attached to the land. It has to be.
It doesn't matter if they're attached to the
water.
land or not. They don't have to be directly above the water to be the same elevation above the water. That's not how things actually work, Ryan. There's no necessity to be directly above the water for it to be a measured
Absolutely,
above
absolutely. You've made a simple experiment extremely complicated to obfuscate the truth or to find. No, maybe he's doing it because he actually believes it, which most people do.
He's a licensed surveyor. You are not.
Okay, what does that matter?
Because
What does that matter?
It is his profession to do these types of things.
Right. Is his profession, does he know about the curvature of the earth and science? I don't think so. He's a surveyor of land, not of water. So that's,
all right. The denial is hard. All right. So let's just be clear.
That doesn't, it doesn't work. Just like when
I know you have a religious position. I got it. It's a religious position. You reject everything. You've made it clear. You've made it clear. You're like, it's just impossible over and over again.
The buoy disappeared from the ground up.
It didn't. It's a religious mantra that you keep saying. I get it. All right. So anyway, here it is. Here is the view through the theodolite across from the theodolite that's the same elevation above the water as the target. And there's two things on the other side. One of them is the GNSS receiver, and that's what you're seeing is the higher one. That's the one receiving the detailed and precise positioning information from the satellites orbiting the Earth. And the other one that's a little bit lower is the target. And that target dropped from horizontal.
So what was the variance? How much distance?
All right.
Then how much curvature do we get over the surface of the water, which is absolutely asinine.
Well, there you go. That was your religious claim again. Right?
It's not a claim.
You keep showing your cards. Well, every time you hand wave demand that it's impossible, you've shown your cards that you have a religious position.
I could not have a religious position about water. It's impossible.
So on one side, so here it is on one side, and here he is on the other side, and there's a little bit of. I can send you all this stuff.
Okay,
here,
just
GNS
like
processing.
the buoy.
Just a second.
You
Hold on.
Show me.
You specifically asked. You specifically asked for the data, right? You want the deviance,
yeah, but he's doing it from that. No, hold on, stop. He's doing it all from the assumption of a curved Earth. That's it.
No, it's
That's
not.
Where you have to stop.
No, it's not.
There's zero
what's
assumption.
He showing there?
There's zero assumption about the Earth being curving.
Yes, there is. With the geometry that you showed me is assuming
what geometry
of a curved Earth. Right, the same thing that you drew.
Yes, that's what this is.
The same thing.
Here.
The vertical plane. Right, that's illegitimate. That's not legitimate. Why does it have to be so complex to just take two boats over the course of a mile in between a big lake and just see if a laser beam goes? Like, why would it be so? You should be able to do that with your eyes closed and
with
be
a laser
30 videos
really?
of that. But there's nothing. It doesn't work. It's not possible. You can't tell me.
This is really precise. This is the types of things that people pay thousands or millions of dollars for in order to be super precise right? That's the kinds of things that surveyors do. But here, you asked for the data. Here is the data.
Actually, surveyors are for the lines in the land as well. So that's the majority of what it's
Well,
for.
there's a
But
lot of things that surveyors do.
Rubbish.
Many things.
the majority is for legal purposes for the land and whose land is where. That's basically
No,
the
it's
point.
not.
Certainly
Not
a
to-
lot of it. Yep. All right. So here it is. He took from
Majority is
6
definitely
measurements.
construction.
You got the standpoint, 4-point elevation, data. All right, he's got all these things, but he measured the angles here. So he measured zenith is straight up. That's 0 degrees is straight up. So
we got to stop.
Hold on,
Just give me one timeout. I want one timeout. My
You've had
problem
lots
is
of
that
timeouts.
we're going into really strong into the depths of this experiment when you just disregarded a very simplistic video where you looked out and you saw no cone. How come you don't admit that when you look
because
out,
it
it's
just
gone?
got too small. But why are you changing the topic? You specifically asked me to show you this, and now we're on this topic.
Would
you like to?
It's not.
Would you want to?
It's not legitimate. You've
I
not
don't
showed me what I
care.
asked you.
It hurts my feels. So you want to go back to something else? Okay, I'll stop. We'll
I don't
go back
want
to
go
this
back.
one here. We'll go back to this one
I
here.
want
where
you
we can-
to acknowledge.
No, I want to. Yes, I will acknowledge that this is not being obstructed bottom up.
I mean, if you look at the video and you slowly watch it, you could see the point of it at some point. You'll see just the point of that buoy. So it's not that difficult to understand. If you're standing there on the shore and you can't see something, and the whole reason in the past 1,000 years or 500 years they said you can't see it, is because it's obstructed by the curve of the earth. Then fast forward to today, I'm standing there with no telescope, nothing. I can't see anything. And then all of a sudden, I take out a zoom camera and boom, it comes into focus. It has not been obstructed by
Focus.
the
He said
curvature
the word
of the earth.
focus.
It's just our perspective, and our eyes can only
Focus.
see so
Yeah.
far.
That's not how any of these things work.
It's so logical that you can't accept
It's
that
so
you've been duped. You're smart,
illogical
but you can't accept
because
you've been duped.
There is no plausible mechanism for what causes things to be obstructed like that.
Yes, there. Okay, let's stop. Okay, what's in the air everywhere we go? Water.
Iron.
Is it not?
Oh,
Water. Okay, so
Okay.
what do you look at? You look at the weather, and they'll show you the humidity. They're going to tell you what percentage of the air has the water in it. Is this not normal, like understanding of
let's
science
just,
here?
To be
humidity?
clear, what is humidity? Go ahead. Tell us what
Humidity is water in the air.
What type of water?
Simplistically,
What phase
oxygen
is the water?
and water.
What phase?
Doesn't matter.
It certainly
It
does
doesn't
matter.
matter.
What phase is the
All
water?
I know is that
Right,
it's in
right.
a gas.
What is it? Gas or liquid in the air? When they
Both.
give you a measurement of humidity, is it
Both.
gaseous water or liquid water? It's
Both.
not both. It's only one of them.
Not both.
Okay, well, whichever one it is, go tell me.
No, you are the one that
Go ahead.
wanted to inform me about how air works and water works in the air, and you don't know whether humidity is liquid
You're
or
right,
gaseous.
and you're right, but you're asking me as to why I can't see something far away, and I'm going to tell you, since you're
No,
so smart, but
you're
you just
going to
missed
say
this
things
part.
that you don't understand, though, Ryan. You don't know if humidity is gaseous or liquid water in the air.
It's liquid water.
No, it's not.
Okay, there you go. Good.
It's
Yes, thank you.
gaseous water.
Okay, that's
And
fine.
gaseous
So,
water in
You had
the
a
air is
50-50 chance to
visible
get
or
them right.
invisible.
it's going to be invisible to the naked eye, but there's other molecules in there.
Oh, so it's not
That
it's
are
not
going to make
humidity. Okay, so what other than humidity is going to do it?
So when you look down, I don't know, you're making what you're doing is making it really difficult for me to make one simple point. It's really simple. Man, you got all this understanding of the science, but you're so smart you think that you cannot be fooled at all. When the globe Earth is basically
Here's
the
your
flat
mantra.
Earth
This
is
is mantra.
Here
This
it
is
is.
religious mantra.
It's just okay. That's fine.
Don't
the-
give me
it's the
religious
AE
mantra.
map.
You said
I'm
it's not
just
about
explaining
religion.
something.
You said it's not about
It's
religion.
not.
So don't give me a religious
right.
mantra.
Okay.
So explain to me how humidity makes things disappear.
Okay, so if I was to play golf per se, if the humidity is high, the air is more dense. Okay, I can't hit the ball as far. Whereas if I go to a mountainous region and the
What
elevation
the
is
hell's
higher,
wrong with
there's
him?
less humidity
I
in
don't
the
know
air.
what got-
The ball travels further. So there's
that guy
atmosphere,
fell.
some type
He's
of
got that ass
medium
backwards.
in the air that's thicker than normal.
So
Okay.
so let me get this
So-
straight. You're saying that additional humidity makes the air more dense, not less dense.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
what
Okay,
he
what's the
said.
molecular weight of dihydrogen?
You're getting me into the weeds. I'm not going.
Dioxygen.
I'm just going to make my point. I'm not interested. I'm either going to make my point. You're going to allow me to speak on my terms and the way I can talk, because obviously you know a lot more about the science, names of molecules, and I get that. Obviously, that's not what we're talking about, though. Is the air thicker when there's humidity?
No, it's thinner.
Yes or no?
It's thinner.
Okay. So that figures the opposite of what science would tell you.
No,
But,
actually,
all
this
right,
is what
so
science
why-
tells you.
tell me
And I'll
then
tell
this,
you why.
Tell me this.
What's
then.
the
Why
molecular
does a
weight of
golf
oxygen?
ball go a shorter distance then when it's humid, as opposed to when the air is thinner, or as you say, whatever, you switch it around. But when there's less humidity, why does it go further than when there's more humidity?
I don't know that. I'd love to see the measurements of that. But the air is actually thinner when there's more humidity. We feel it thicker because it's just our feelings, but that's because the air can't absorb more moisture, and then it doesn't evaporate from us, and when we
Right,
sweat.
and that's why we sweat more. Why do we sweat more when it's humid?
Well, we don't necessarily sweat more. The reason why is because it doesn't evaporate as easily, and so it doesn't cool us down.
Why doesn't
as
it
much.
evaporate?
Because the air is already near its dew point.
Oh, so there's more water in the air then?
Yes,
We're back to the same point.
which makes it
Okay.
less dense. For reference,
Okay, that's fine.
the molecular weight of oxygen is what?
I don't know.
8.
I don't need to know.
You do.
I don't need to know that. No, I don't. Not for this. This is not as
you
difficult as you're making it be.
What's the molecular weight of nitrogen? The primary thing in right? Nitrogen is the primary thing in the air, right?
All right. So
And what's the
point-
molecular weight of water?
I don't know what the molecular weight of water.
Hydrogen.
I know it's about 7.8 pounds per gallon. I know about that.
The
That's
molecular
about as
weight
much
of
as I know.
hydrogen is 1, and there's 2 of them.
I don't know what
And
this.
the
None of this pertains to what I'm discussing.
It absolutely does. At 100%, this is the science. You talked about science. This is the science of the density of air, right? So H2O is water. So 2 hydrogens and 1 oxygen. Oxygen we've already covered as a molecular weight of 8. That's right. Right? So the molecular weight of O2, dihydrogen, is 16. The molecular weight of nitrogen is 14. And the molecular weight of water is 10. So when there's more,
Oh, you're still going.
when this is your point. When there's, and you talked about
It's not. I
science.
haven't even made my point. You're so. You know what you call the other guy kind of stuck up, or
Pretentious.
whatever the word, pompous, pretentious, pompous.
That's the word.
That's what you're being.
I'm all right,
You know,
so
I'm making
almost
a
there.
simplistic point. You're
I'm
trying
almost
to
there.
make some other
Just
point.
a second. I'm
and,
almost
and
there.
insult me with your knowledge
Right,
about it. Where
I'm
I
almost there,
haven't studied
buddy.
those specifics.
Right, I'm almost there. So
But
the,
it's
the
pointless.
molecular weight of water is 10. So when there's increased humidity, there's decreased density of the air. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so objects move slower in more humidity. It's a fact. You can Google it. Why don't you Google it right now so we can get past this point? Because I know you like to get in the weeds and slow someone down to make a really good logical point.
Do
And
objects
I need you
move faster in humid air?
in dry air or in elevation. Like
Well, elevation
you're
changes
playing
the
golf.
pressure.
Right.
That's a whole different thing. Way, way different if you're talking elevation.
Do you get a lot of humidity when it's higher elevation?
You get a lot less air pressure, significantly different densities.
Do you get usually high humidity? Where in the US would you get high humidity?
Minnesota for sure in the summer.
Minnesota?
That's where
In
I
the
live.
summer?
Oh, it's
Okay.
humid here. It is definitely humid here.
Okay. Yeah, maybe in the Ozarks. But all right. So
All right, so
You
I
can
got
look
an
at
article
South
on
Carolina.
Quora. And Quora has the drag equation here. So the drag is the coefficient times the density times the velocity squared over 2 times the reference area. And so the density was what we talked about, because the molecular mass of the different materials is going to affect the density. So that didn't work for
I
you.
Google and it says it goes further in density
Okay.
in human air.
It's completely factual. Oh my God, no, please don't.
Well, that makes makes
Okay,
more
good.
sense.
All
Yeah.
right,
Is
thought
there
it was somebody else.
something going on?
Yeah, it's nothing. It's fine. I'm outside
All right.
walking in my neighborhood. That's all.
All right. Are they
So-
looking at you like you're the crazy guy talking?
No, I
flat
thought it was
earth
my
and
wife who would
walking
look
in
at
the
me
neighborhood?
like I'm the crazy guy. My wife would do that. No, that's what I thought it was. All right.
All right.
So,
I Googled object move faster in human air
Yeah,
according to Quickie, and there's no results, Quickie. What the crap? Oh, this is interesting. PhD Tony says golf balls deform and use aerodynamic effects, so denser air helps them obtain lift. Interesting. All right.
So my point, simplistically, my point being, the more water there is in the air, then the more difficult it is to see an object in between you and the object you're observing. That's what we started with at the very beginning.
Okay. So
So
made
you
that
asked
claim.
me what
That's just
right?
a claim
That's not
so
a
far.
claim. That's a fact. That's
Well,
a fact. That
It's
cannot
not a fact
be
until
a fact.
supported with evidence.
Yeah.
There has to be water in the air, no matter where we are.
Yeah.
And the more of it, just like if there's fog, you can't see very far in the fog, right? Is that water?
What a fog is liquid water in air, not gaseous water in air.
Okay. So that's the idea. The idea is that whatever you're staring at, you're looking through tons of water molecules
Fog
that are in the air.
Fog or gaseous air or gaseous water? Because gaseous water, you cannot see through. You cannot. You can see through gaseous water. It's as easy to see through as oxygen and nitrogen.
Okay.
And clouds and fog are liquid water. They're droplets of water, liquid in the air.
All right. So how does something rust when you leave it outside?
That's the salt oxidation.
We're getting into rust now. It's
Well,
a chemical
there's-
reaction.
because there's water. There's a water in
it's
the
the
air.
iron. It's the iron.
Not just the
oxidizing.
water.
So do things rust more in the desert, or do they rust more in like South Carolina and Georgia?
Yeah, they rust more in a humid environment. Yeah.
Okay. So that's very simple. So you asked the question a little bit ago that, well, what's this, what's stopping me from seeing further? And I'm telling you that there's always water in the air. So depending on where we're looking, we can only see certain distances depending on what the medium is that we're looking through.
So
I mean, it's not really
all right,
complicated.
So to be clear, immediately above the horizon, anything farther than 3 miles away is not visible.
Well, that's what it states in an article from New York Times. You may send that to
I
you.
just want to be certain that you are saying that anything immediately above the horizon more than 3 miles away is completely non-visible.
Well, obviously not anything. As to why something starts to disappear from your sight when you're standing on the ocean side is because of the curvature of the earth. Has that not, am I crazy, or has that not always been told to us?
Well,
since
yes,
we were all born.
2 questions there. Yes and yes.
Okay. So how come then now we can take those objects and bring them back into focus?
Wait, you changed it from this question. I really want to make sure. I really want to make sure that I have an understanding of this from your perspective. Is it completely impossible to see anything immediately above the horizon more than 3 miles away because of whatever effects you're talking about?
Well, the curvature of the earth, and no, it's not what it's saying. It's saying that at that point,
you're saying there's no curvature.
That's the horizon.
Okay, so you can see things. All right, so let's just be clear. You can see things more than 3 miles away immediately above the horizon.
Well, it depends on how tall the object is, obviously.
But wait, but why does the height of an object affect whether or not you can see something? Because there's molecules of things in the air.
because the higher in the air you go, the less water is in between you and the object you're observing.
The less
That's
water.
obvious.
But we've already established that gaseous water in the air is invisible.
Whether or not you can see the gases, it still obscures your vision. You're still looking through them. Whether or not you can actually see the molecules or whatever in the air, you're still looking through them. It's like putting on a pair of glasses that are dirty. You're still looking through them to your object.
But
are you not?
It's like looking through a pair of glasses that are not dirty because they are not visible.
Okay, so just like I've used as an example, when you're looking at a perfectly clear ocean blue and the shore, you're maybe 5 feet from the bottom, you can see down a beautiful blue water.
Inside the water.
But you look from the surface down and you could see the bottom of the ocean there, maybe 5 feet. And then maybe 8 feet, it's a little more obscured. And the deeper you go, the more dense the water is in between you and the object you're observing, and it becomes out of focus completely, correct?
Yeah, but
is that correct or not?
Yeah, it is. But we're not looking through
okay,
water.
So
we're looking through the air.
Okay,
so,
yes, we are. Stop. We've already established we're looking through water everywhere we look. So sorry.
Gaseous
yes,
water, not liquid water. And gaseous water has different properties.
We've established that sorry. You just said fog, clouds. There's a million types of water that are in between. How does something rust?
Well,
we've established that.
There's two types of water we've talked about.
Any type of water is all over the place. And in
between
between me and the object.
But Ryan, we've only talked about two types of water: gaseous water and liquid water. Gaseous water is invisible. Liquid water is not.
Right. So in the south, there's more humidity. Things rust more. There's more water in the air. Therefore,
gaseous
you can
water.
surely.
Not liquid water.
Well, so why do things rust more in the south then? Is there not more water in the air?
Yeah, it's called condensation. When the temperature changes, the dew point shifts, and when the dew point shifts, then the air cannot hold that moisture anymore, so it comes out of solution and condenses on things.
But doesn't it? Okay, let's even go back to the point of you guys. Y'all's religion.
Grass is wet in the morning is because of the dew point.
Wait, does it not make more sense based on your religion that
I don't have a religious position
fish.
on this.
Yes, you do. Yours a heliocentrism is a religion. Evolution is a religion. Absolutely, 100%. Let's call it for what it is. Let's be adults about this.
Why are you switching to fish? What about fish?
Because the point is, doesn't it make sense if we actually came from fish and there's water in the air? It makes more sense. There's water in the air. Okay, so obviously we're looking through that water no matter where we are. Are we not?
Hold on.
So that is
I'm missing the connection to fish.
Well, I mean, we came from fish, so there's always going to be what. My point is that no matter what, there's water in the air. We're looking through water every day, no matter where we look.
Hold on a second. What is this fish thing you're talking about?
I don't know. So didn't we turn into people from fish or something? Isn't that what you guys believe? I don't know. It was it was more of a funny thing. It was supposed to be more funny than it is serious. It was not really supposed to be that serious. It's kind of it was a joke.
I got the giggle.
Okay.
I don't know.
Funny, yeah, I know.
I don't know. All right. Why does okay? Let's simplify. I'll take your simplification that it was fish.
Ooh. What are you looking for?
I was looking for a bit that the Toon done earlier on that I must have missed. He grabbed a screen grab of the buoy, and he was zoomed out on it. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to find it. He zoomed out on it, and then he grabbed a screenshot of it. and then he magnified it. But it doesn't really matter. But
I don't remember that bit.
oh, it was there somewhere. Oh, I'll leave that one there.
Yes, I think we've.
I think we've.
Sorry, you couldn't hear what I was saying, Terry. That's in the next one. It's not in this one.
Oh, that was in the next one.
The guy sends him the video. So as he said, he promised he played it. They find the boat, which isn't far away from the buoy.
But it wasn't
And
this
that's
video.
where he does
though. But was it this
That's
video
the
or
next
another
one,
video?
The next.
No, but it
no,
wasn't this
not
video
this
or
video
was
we
it
just
a different
watched.
video?
It's the next MC Toon video, not this one. The one.
No,
next
I
MC
mean the video
Toon.
that he's playing.
No,
It's not this video that he's
No,
playing.
well,
It's a different video.
no. Well, it's the same, virtually the same video, but it has the boat. The guy
has the boat in
finds
it.
the boat
Right,
and tells
okay.
Toon where it is.
Yeah, I do remember
Okay,
watching that.
so it's
video.
virtually the same video.
Yeah,
It looks the same.
yeah. I thought
Okay.
it was a
Because
different
it's the
video.
same piece of water,
Yeah,
same
with
piece of
with
water,
the
same
buoy in
buoy,
it and everything.
but
yeah.
but it has a boat in it.
Yeah.
The next one.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Anyway. Okay.
So you guys didn't hear the big crash behind me. That was good.
No, we didn't hear any crashing.
No, my crutches
crutches.
fell down and then the
Oh,
fan
right,
down,
well,
and then
if you want to pick them
knocked
up
this
and throw,
down, it was a bit of a
and throw them to the floor again, then we might be able to hear
it was
it
a
this
bit of
time.
a
Well
Chain-
into
chain
the floor,
reaction.
Centurion.
Strike him, Centurion, very waffly.
Hmm. What are we up to now?
I'm just going to grab another video.
Well, I'm reading an electrical installation certificate.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Let's see
some
if
of us are working, you
Oh,
know.
Let's see if I can.
Oh,
find it.
okay. No, I did that earlier today when it was on Toon. Luckily, yeah, he was only putting on for 5 minutes, so I could 5 minutes to jump on. I'm currently using a parser to create text file parser to read data from those Bob's Nobels data there, just for the fun of it.
Oh, that's a good one. I've got an emergency lighting testing and inspection logbook. That's it. I've got the front page. There is nothing else.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's another comment. Never mind.
What interesting standards do I have on my drive? You want to know about green reflectors according to the Transport for New South Wales and their use?
No.
No. Oh. No fun.
Sorry.
I could tell you just to fill in time. Marking of informal heavy vehicles stopping areas with green reflectors in New South Wales. Now they came up with this system of because obviously the driver's heavy vehicle don't always need to pull over when they get tired, and obviously not always a rest area. So they came up with this system of identifying places that they could pull over that aren't necessarily designed as a rest area, but have enough width and safety for them to pull off. And so the drivers know when they're coming up, they stick green reflectors on the guideposts. So
right,
yeah. So if they stick 3 green reflectors on a guidepost, they know that there's one coming up in 400 or 500 meters, and 2 is 200 meters, and 1 is where the spot is. So yeah.
That sounds very logical.
Yes, and a few of the bigger highways that I was working on, they required us to identify these spaces within the areas we were working in. Basically tell the contractors to put the green reflectors on the posts.
Oh, goodness tea.
Oh, exactly.
Is it really too much to ask that if you're going to call a drawing as fitted, actually make it resemble what you bloody installed?
No.
Lazy.
What you do is you take the
bastards.
design file, you get a stamp, and you say as fitted. Isn't that how you do it? You take your design file, just stamp it and as fitted, and then send it to you.
That's pretty much what they've done. It's the worst part of every bloody job doing the as installed drawings. But there are certain basics that you adhere to. You take all the revisions off. You take all the dimensions off. You have to go through and make sure that all the notes say is and not will be, and you don't have anything that says to be confirmed. You've bloody installed it. There's nothing to be confirmed.
Yes.
Oh,
It's sort of like, aren't you smart at hiding the fact it's not really as installed drawing?
The biggest giveaway for this one is I've just opened up the lighting drawing, and the entranceway where you actually walk, you have like a lobby, and when you walk into the store, it's a wall at 45 degrees. And they originally thought they'd line all of the ceiling tiles and all the lights up with this 45-degree angle. That's not how it's been built, because somebody else said, no, that'll look crap. Just do it, in line with the two external walls. So I open up the lighting drawing, and all the light fittings are at 45 degrees. Well, I know that's not how it's been put in, and I've got photos to show that. You've taken your construction drawings, you've taken all the revisions off, you've changed it to say as installed, or in this case as fitted, and you think that's good enough. No. Which is why people like me get paid to look at this stuff and go, no, that's crap, do it again. And what really annoys them is, until we can sign off on all these drawings and their manuals, they don't get paid. Because I just had an email this morning saying, can you issue the certificate, please? Nope.
That's why they do it that way, though, hopefully, because otherwise they just say, oh, it's okay. We'll just walk away without the certificates and stuff. We've got our money.
The annoying thing is the email I got this morning saying, can you please issue the certificate ASAP? Hasn't come from the contractor. It's come from the client. No, I can't. Sorry. They haven't met the requirements yet. Oh, hello. Is this the moron going over Saturday stream?
Yeah, I thought you might recognise something.
I know.
This is not my channel.
Farmer's Boy, some arsehole. Thank you very much, Gadget Inspector. I wear that badge with pride. I did have a quick look last night, and some what was I called? What was I called? Farmer's Lil Man is a liar. Hashtag got a lie to blurf or something. Blurf, I hate that.
We won't play all of it. We'll just you'll get the gist. You get the gist of it.
As a wise man once said, the only thing worse than being spoken about, is not being spoken about. So I don't mind at all.
He said that somebody led him to this. So I'm just wondering if it was SC Montreal, because SC Montreal, I reckon, must listen to our streams, and he might have mentioned this to Bev.
Oh, I bet a few of them do. You just won't see them actually post anything in the side chat. So could I just say hello, morons?
So we'll just play this little bit, and then we won't play the whole lot. We don't need to.
Called the Ozzie Perspective.
Oh, the Ozzie Perspective.
And like I said at the beginning, Emma got us to start this channel up because people were talking shit about us.
Oh, yeah, wait a minute. No, it's a bit more before that.
Lights on the floor. Okay. Well, they're all verticals for Wally. To Wally, To people like Wally, they're a visual representation of verticals. All around you. All over the place. They're just firing out verticals everywhere. But to us normal people, that's not what verticals are.
Which normal people?
They think they're normal.
Normal.
So that's F.E. Dogma and his misunderstanding, where he thinks that I said that he denies horizontals, but he obviously doesn't, because look here. You put here, can you explain why is it fallacious to say that an auto level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane? Well, it doesn't. It's not fallacious because it does. That's literally what the tool does. A level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. Even F.E. Dogma agrees. Blue Marble Science agrees as well. A level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. He's built arguments upon it.
I don't think that's right. I thought it created a horizontal datum point.
Well, no, it does. It does create a horizontal plane of reference. It's just only at that point.
Yeah, that's something that Bev has never been able to realise. That's the point he's always struggled with. Yes, you create a horizontal plane at that point, but he thinks that all of these horizontal planes are all parallel.
Yeah.
And that's his whole. Yeah, his whole premise is based on his belief that all horizontal planes are parallel and they're all parallel to the horizon.
Because that's what level. Because that's what level means.
In his mind, yes. Because he starts with an if. He says if they're all blah blah blah, and he just says they are. And at no point has he actually done the bit in the middle that says I've checked. He just goes if this. It's that, and that's it. And his whole, it's the foundation of his whole belief is that all of these horizontal planes are parallel with each other, and he will not be shifted on it.
Well, he will be coming come Friday.
Hey,
You reckon?
where is that discussion taking place, Blue?
It will be. I'll be going over to Bev's Discord. But I'll also be live streaming it.
Oh, good. Thank God for that. I don't actually have to go into his Discord server. That's fine.
No, you can listen to it on my YouTube.
Cool.
So,
What time of the day would
Saturday
that be
morning,
for everyone?
Terry? Saturday morning for you and I, Terry.
Saturday morning.
Paul? Saturday at 7 a.m. Yeah.
7 a.m.
At least that's what my YouTube says.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Which is all right.
Yeah, probably.
That's not for you, Blue. That's just for us. So.
Well, I might end up watching the repeat because I don't know if I'll be up that early.
So that's just a bit for F.E. Dogma. Obviously.
Sorry, Blue.
Oh, no, go ahead, play it.
Oh, okay.
Not F.E. And the dogma he's handing out is the dogma that the Globers have to go with. It's very clever, really. He gets to threaten them with F.E. And he also teaches them the dogma that they have to go along with. And the dogma I think he's teaching everybody is that you have to sort of say that level is horizontal, right? But then sort of deny it is as well. And say that level separates from horizontal within the same sort of sentence. Blue Marble said it is. It's measurable. I was asking him.
He asked you, Blue. He said that. He said he asked you.
He did, didn't he?
In the pic, in one.
We'll see about that.
Yeah, yeah.
Picture, Blue Marble says that he can see level separating from horizontal. Yet Wally and FE Dogma say that level is a tool for establishing a horizontal.
Oh, wait a minute.
What?
What was that horse shit?
What?
What did he just do?
He's mixing
changed
level as
He
in
mixed
the
up
level.
the instrument
with-
itself with the definition of the word.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
What is
Yeah.
wrong? What?
Oh, that was sneaky.
Mhm.
You sleaze bag. Jesus Christ.
You have to catch him out on that one, Blue.
Never let a midget have a YouTube channel. Ever.
Yeah, ever. Yeah. You taking notes, Blue?
Well,
Of course,
called
my
dumping.
dear.
Might need them.
I don't think so. I'm not worried about it.
Nah.
Now, if that isn't contradictory, I don't know what is.
Well, you said it, Bev.
Very strange. Very, very, very strange. But such is the minds of the people that we're dealing with. Has Blue Marble come in?
Yes, someone is.
He might be going live.
Did you get
Bringing
it?
his
Blue?
live stream over here. He gets some.
When I watched this, you wouldn't have been live, Blue. This was in the middle of the day for me when I seen this. This was live.
Was this yesterday?
It was a couple of days ago. One day ago. But it wasn't in the
Yeah.
evening I watched this, was in the middle of the day I watched this.
Yeah.
So I can't see how you're saying that you're going live.
Good
It didn't look
content
like you
when
were
he
going
talks
live.
to
I
you,
didn't
you
see
know,
anything
Ozzie.
for your notifications.
I promise if you come in, Blue Marble, we won't talk about FE Dogma's bullshit. You can just do the space stuff with SE. We'll keep away from the
All right,
level
he's coming
stuff.
in.
Well, I think
Nice.
so. I hope so.
Oh, SE and his
SE's already had his ass whipped one time this week.
yeah.
Thank
He
you very
doesn't need
much.
it again.
I hope this makes a better brew. Oh, I come in handy that. Thank you very much. Right, I've got another video as well that we went over Saturday. I don't know whether this will bring a team out. On the weekends, I don't know whether they do it every day or whatever, but on the weekends, Blue Marble and the Blue Marble Science team, they go.
This is Blue Marble Science
What?
team.
It's a team?
What? You got a team, Blue?
I've got a team. I didn't
Yeah.
even know it.
Luke,
Team Blue.
What,
You got Team
what,
My
Blue.
God.
what team? Are you? Did you do this without inviting me?
I didn't do it. Who did that? Who came up with this?
I must have been cut from the team.
Yeah.
I must have been too, because nobody told me about it.
I got benched.
Oh dear.
And you do it on a Saturday night.
Very strange.
News to me.
My Saturday night or your Saturday night?
Wow.
Well, if it's Bev, it's going to be not our Saturday night.
This is true.
Yeah, I'd like to know who this team is.
Go over to have a chat with Terry.
I know that
He's
name.
Ozzie, and he has a channel called the Ozzie Perspective.
I
And
do.
like I said at the beginning, Emma
Thanks for the shout out,
got us
Bev.
to start this channel up because people were talking shit about us.
Well, we wouldn't do
And
that.
this is our sort of right of reply, really. It's just a chance to talk about whatever.
Okay, who's been talking shit about somebody?
As if that little bastard does anything but talk
But-
shit about
Yeah,
everybody
exactly.
else. I mean, God almighty, that's all he does. Man, you're talking about the pot calling the kettle black. Thank you, Bill.
Judy wants to know, can you be a member of our team?
Yeah, I don't. You're gonna have to find out who started the team, Judy. It's not up to me, apparently. I don't know where this came from. There must be a leader somewhere.
Yeah.
Who's the coach? Anybody want to be coach? I don't want to be coach.
I couldn't handle the responsibility. Oh, can we have a blue NASA T-shirt? Oh, now I've got to get into merchandise. Thanks, Zeb.
Yeah. Now I got to do merch.
Yeah.
Got to change your channel name and everything.
To let people know, because like most of the time, there's a lot of people talking a load of shit about what we do, but we don't even know it because they just talk it in other places. So this is going to be one of those examples. So please don't think I'm bitching about this, because I know that these sort of conversations go on, and they have gone on for years. With these people who they say that we get obsessed with them, but really they're just obsessed. They can't stop talking about us. And one of the things that these guys want to talk about what I do is my surveying certificate. So
now he's going to try to give his explanation before you know what happens. What happens next?
Okay, this is going to be good.
Yeah.
Are you sitting comfortably?
Yes. So he's going to give off his explanation first before he lets everyone listen to the next bit.
Right.
I'll give you the lowdown on this again, right?
Okay. Let me pause it at any time if I need to, Farmer.
When I was younger, quite a lot younger, I left school and then went to do joinery. I did carpentry and joinery, and then did an advanced craft certificate. So I've got a carpentry and joinery, City and Guilds advanced craft certificate. After that, I went to go and do a BTEC national diploma for 2 years. And within that 2 years, we did everything for building construction, but it centered a lot around surveying. So we did all of the stuff. We did quantity surveying, we did concrete, we did construction, we did architectural drawing.
Wait a minute.
What?
Did he meet Ethel the Aardvark as quantity surveying?
Oh God, I haven't heard that one in ages. Oh, thank you, Paul.
He took a course in construction, and it was mostly centered around surveying. Is that what he said?
That's what he said.
Yeah.
Is that a
That's what he
bollocks?
says. I suspect it had one subject.
Yeah, the part of a construction course dealing with surveying basically says hire a good one.
Yes.
And that's it.
That's it.
Oh, crap.
I'm sure it shows you how to use a dumpy level and do some measurements and stuff. That's what I imagine.
Maybe a plumb line. That's about
That's what you get with general contractors examination here in the States.
Yeah.
That's a little part of it. Yeah, they may ask you a few questions about how to do a differential level. And what foresights and backsights are, just basic shit like that. But it's really quite minor. Construction, there's so much more to it than the damn survey. My God. I wonder what kind of BTEC that is.
Well, they obviously didn't cover units of measurement, did they?
Apparently not.
The problem is, if you look up the modern one now, and obviously he did this back in the late 80s, early 90s, it says it covers 18 units, which include CAD drawing, site surveying, sustainable construction, science and materials in construction and the built environment, maths, health and safety, and welfare. And certainly the one he sat, I would, from what I've been able to find in the past, it would have had at least a dozen modules. I mean, I was sitting at BTEC at the same time that he was, and mine's got something like a dozen different modules in it, and that's spread out over 2 years. And you get points and gradings for each module that you complete. So surveying was just one of at least a dozen modules that he did. So he's bigging it up already.
How come I didn't do surveying when I did my welding certificate that I spent 2 years doing?
Well, because he keeps saying to me, "Oh, are you jealous that you didn't do surveying?" No, because I was doing a building services design course because that's what I do, and it was specifically towards building services. And building services engineers don't survey. Surveyors survey. We don't. Really, very simple.
Drawing, we did the surveying, but most of the biggest part of it was surveying because that's practical, and all of the other, the draftsmanship and all of that sort of stuff, we did. Now,
He wouldn't have done anything really practical. It would have been all theory.
No,
Well, the surveying, they
go on.
would have gone outside and done some surveying, and then they would have used the data they got from that to do whatever they needed to do with it. So yeah, they would. I mean, I've seen them. I think the college I went to, you know, we'd see them outside. They'd be out there with an auto level or what have you, doing it. You know, that is a practical, hands-on thing that you can actually do. If you're learning how to survey, then you need to go outside and bloody do it.
Do it. Okay.
Yeah, you need to get the instrument, learn how to level up an instrument and how to
Yep.
measure with a wire or whatever they're using to do their measurements with. The thing is, he's a bit general with his surveying. Because
Yes.
having worked for a surveyor for 8 years, that surveying term, I very much doubt he'd know how to do a boundary survey or how to run a traverse with a theodolite, or you know, there's a whole lot of elements of surveying which I very much doubt would have been covered in that course.
They cover the basics of land surveying.
Well, I suspect they cover
they
enough
the
to know.
basics of site surveying, not
Yeah,
land
well,
surveying.
Yeah, construction.
Okay, yeah, sites.
Cons-
Oh,
yeah,
bet you-
construction.
I'll bet you anything. It had
Construction set
nothing
out.
to do with land surveying. It was construction
Yeah.
surveying, site survey.
It's enough to
You're
know
saving
how to
a
set out a
construction
square
cost.
or rectangle. Yeah. Sorry,
Right.
go, but
That's all.
so you'd be able to check whether your
That's
pegs
what he would have been looking into.
square.
That's why he doesn't know a damn thing about theodolites or anything else. He was never exposed to it. That sort of a class, that sort of course, doesn't have anything to do with land survey.
Okay.
So very much construction.
Sure.
there's been a big deal made out about it, but I mean, it was just an extra certificate that we got offered to be able to do. Do you want to sit this extra exam? He said all of the work you're doing, all of the practical stuff, it will all be done within the course we're already doing. All you'll have to do is go to the college and sit an extra exam where you just do a writing bit. It'll be like 20% of the course or whatever he said, and that'll do. So all you'll have to do is pay for the entrance into to sit the exam, and you'll end up with another qualification, another piece of paper.
Never heard
everybody
any of this
in the
before.
class went, yeah, why not? I mean, everybody has certificates. So that's how I've ended up with a separate certificate that is just labelled.
So he had to have obviously listened to my stream with us first to be able to come back.
I've never heard him say that before. His description I've heard before was that his lecturer had told them that they'd all done so much surveying and all done so well in it that he was going to give them this separate qualification. That's the only explanation I've heard from him before.
So do they have that qualification over there? Because I've never heard of a certificate in surveying.
Well,
we don't have it here either. So.
As Alan has explained before, the body that he got this through, the Northern Examining Association, they were quite keen in generating these weird GCSEs and all sorts of subjects. So he thinks it could well have been generated in this. But if you look for a GCSE in land surveying, as it's called, as it says on the certificate, you won't find one. There's no record of it now or ever.
For land surveying. Now, this was about the time where surveying was changing. It was moving over into this other realm from what it was to become the new computer stuff I always remember I had a Casio watch with a computer, with a calculator on it. That's the sort of time we were at, Casio. With a little keypad on it, you could store people's names and phone numbers on. So we weren't that very technologically advanced.
Talking about back in the late 70s or something?
No, he got his thing in 1991.
Yeah.
Well, what's his Casio? What's
It's
got
about
to do with it then?
I have no idea.
No. I think what you find is he's talking about there was a transfer where everything was done on paper and you just did things by hand. Then a whole lot of software, etc., started to come in. Total stations started to come in, but that didn't actually change the basics of surveying. Just changed the tech you were doing it. So
it's a way of collecting data is what it did.
Yeah, it's the same, all the same principles. It's that rather than you having to write down your field observations, you store them in your data recorder. You know, it's
right.
And you
exactly
rather than taking 3 weeks to process the data when you got back, you could process it in a matter of days. It's all still the same stuff.
Yeah, let me tell you what it's all about, really. And it's about Bev and the way he has consistently accused Larry Scott, Jesse Kozlowski, and Jeff, the main surveyor, of not being surveyors.
Yes. He
comes out point blank and time again and said, these guys are not real surveyors. And I've had enough of it, honestly. That's enough of that. All three of these guys are registered professional land surveyors. You can look their licenses up. I've done it.
Yeah.
But they're not around they got better sense than we do. They're not hanging around talking about this stupid shit. They went on with their lives.
That's right.
But they're defenseless at this moment, and Bev knows it, so he just says anything he feels like. And I'm to a point now where I've heard enough of that. Every time he says that, I'm going to question the legitimacy of that certificate of his, and he can't prove that it's real. I can't prove it's false, but he can't prove it's real either. That's what's got him stirred up.
Yeah, I can tell you that they still use a theodolite the same way they do in 1960 as they did in 20,000. You still set it up with a level, get the level right, put your bearing, take your bearing, flip your sight, turn the sight. It's still done all the same way. It's still the same thing. Just don't have to put it all on paper anymore.
Mm-hmm.
There was no such thing as total stations, and GPS wasn't really available to the general public. Mobile phones weren't even really that popular. People didn't really have them. So it's quite a way back, ancient times. So when we were taught how to do surveying, we were just taught how to do surveying. Nobody mentioned anything about level not being horizontal. So eventually I end up here.
No one ever mentioned that level wasn't horizontal.
Well,
and I happen to say that I've got a certificate. Right now, that's all I've ever said. I've got a certificate for land surveying, so I've actually done it. I did a course. I've actually done surveying practically. We taught it. We were taught it by.
So you were taught it.
So this level of competency that he got for the certificate, does that give him enough to get the foot in the door to be a surveyor, actually out in the field, to be employed by surveyors?
Over here in the UK, you can just go out and call yourself a surveyor and do, basic site surveying, and you can call yourself a surveyor. What you can't do is call yourself a chartered surveyor, because to do that, you have to go through their approval. They have systems set up. You have to have a degree to start with before you become a member of the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors. That's the official body for it here in the UK. So he could never do that because he doesn't have the qualifications. He doesn't have the experience. But he can go out and call himself a surveyor, but that doesn't actually make him a surveyor. Not you could say, oh, hang on, let me check the register and let me have a look at the list and see if your name is there, because it won't be, because he's not chartered.
Yeah. But he has no work experience as a land surveyor, is my understanding.
No.
As far as I know, no. He's done it as part of a BTEC course. He's completed a module out of at least a dozen, because I just had a look at my certificate. I had a dozen modules for my 2-year course. So he would have probably had the same thing. He'd have had at least a dozen modules, one of which would have been surveying, however they termed it, site surveying or whatever. You know, that would have been it. That would have been a small part of the overall course.
And my impression is, though, he would have used levels, etc., at work, as I'm assuming he was a carpenter joiner on construction sites. Yeah.
You would have thought so, yes.
So he knows how to use a dumpy level or a water level, as you call it.
People. So here's the certificate. That's what I've said. I've always said I am not a surveyor. I've never been a surveyor. I have studied it, and I do have a certificate for land surveying. I have got other certificates with other surveying things on it, but this one in particular is a standalone certificate with land surveying on it. So right, we go. Let me get this on for you guys. So we're going to go into going over this video. Hopefully Terry won't take it down midway.
Take it down midway.
Terry, no, he wouldn't do that.
Now,
thanks, Ozzie.
I have to warn people about the things, some of the things that will be said in this. I haven't been through it all. Spot on brought it out.
He hasn't been through it all, so he's not admitting that he hasn't
spotted
been
this.
through it
Now,
at all.
Spot on has noticed the contradiction within this talk from this guy that you're going to be listening to.
A person named Spot On watched
Terry, I think that's Terry, Timbo Turtle, Blue Marble Science, called Big Blue.
Shout out to Timbo.
Matt,
shout out to Blue. Shout out to Matt.
M2M, he's been in here, and Alan Evans.
Come on.
There's 6 of them in there.
Come on,
in
one more person. One more person, Bev.
One more person.
We're starting it about two hours
He
in.
can't even bring himself to say my name, can he?
He didn't even go there.
No, and this is quite a deliberate thing that he does.
Mm.
He didn't even
Definitely
go
upsetting.
There. Yeah, I'm not happy.
Yeah, he's kind of mad at you, Farmers.
Yeah, Farmer.
He's mad at you.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Good.
Well, we don't really need to hear what Farmers has got to say.
I can't even remember what I did say.
I don't know what the conversation beforehand's been. I wasn't pointed to that particular time. So
and you couldn't go back and listen to it, could you? No.
Conversation over on the Ozzie Perspective, Sphere Saturday Science. So this will be science that you're listening to. Yeah, it's always good.
Really?
These are the...
He didn't stay for
I
the
think
quiz.
they were going over a video with McToon. One of McToon's videos, anyway.
Come on, get on
let's
with it.
listen to this. This is.
It seems scroll back and see that we were watching Lindsay.
Oh, he said my name. Yay!
There's an interesting debate with the main surveyor versus Bev. That's mirrored.
That's an old that's Earth is Life did a mirror of that the other day. That's an old
one. Okay.
That's quite an old one, yeah.
Yeah.
It is interesting to go back and listen to it, and as
the first time I listened to Bev. Yeah, it's gone. Yeah.
As I commented on the video, it's quite obvious that Bev really doesn't give a shit that everybody can see he's a barefaced liar, because he just lies and lies and lies, and he quite obviously just doesn't care.
So that's Farmer's Boy.
Yay!
The boy of the farmer is saying, "I'm lying, I'm lying, I'm lying. I just lie."
You do,
okay.
Yes.
Well, he does.
At some point, Farmer's Boy will come over and tell me what exactly I've lied about?
Will I?
Are you?
Why would I? Why the chuff would I go over into not his Discord and talk to this bald-faced lying? Oh no, I don't want to fill the swear jar up. Why would I want to do that? I mean, he just lies and lies and lies, and he insults people. As Blue has pointed out, he insults proper qualified surveyors when he even questions the fact that they might not even be a surveyor, let alone qualified. And that's coming from this guy, who's done a course, one module of which was surveying, and he says he's not a surveyor. He's never done any surveying.
But he's got a certificate.
Oh, what did he do? I've got certificates as well. Do you want to see me swimming certificates? I've still got them somewhere. You get to the point you don't want to throw them away because it's like, you know.
I got a certificate of authenticity that it came with my Ginzu knives. Does that count?
Must do, yeah.
Okay.
Why would I want to go over and talk to this idiot? Really?
So it looks like he plays it till we get to the Toon one, with him being on Toon. Because we watched the Toon one.
Well, a lot of that he's just got it sitting there talking.
Yeah. Well, that's why
he's got Toon up on screen. It's just paused.
Playing the rest of that. If anyone wants a link to this and they want to watch it later, they're free to do. I don't think the Peanuts will care either way if I put a link out there or not.
Well, they mostly saw us last week. So.
Okay. I will leave
there. They didn't stay for the quiz.
Jez is confused. I don't know whether it's past farmers or current farmers talking. I mean, I stand by everything I said. Bev lies. He just he's a flat earther, but he says he's not a flat earther. But everything he stands by means he's a flat earther. He kept spouting on about surveying when he says, I'm not a surveyor, I've never done surveying. Then why'd you talk about it as if you're, an authority on the subject? We did this 2-year course and most of it was surveying. No, it wasn't. I mean, everything he says, it's quite clear that he just doesn't care that people can see he's lying.
Well, he says something else too. He says he has a surveying qualification. He said that several times. And I don't understand that because I asked him point blank, okay, then what are you qualified to do? If you have a surveying qualification, what is it you are specifically qualified to do? Can't answer.
I know exactly what that'll be because he said he had other surveying qualifications. Yes, he's got a BTEC certificate. And in there, in the list of modules that you've passed, will be the surveying one that he did. That I guarantee you that's the only other bit of paper he's got with his name on it with surveying on it is the BTEC certificate, because I'm looking at mine here and the built environment, services control systems, mathematics, applied services science, services technology, and so on and so forth. There's a dozen of them. There's a dozen modules that I sat through over 2 years, and he should have the similar certificate to me. And on there somewhere, it will say surveying, whether it's land surveying, site surveying, whatever. That will be the only bit of paper he's got with surveying on it.
Well, it won't have the mathematics on it.
Well, no, it'll have it, but it lists all the modules, and then it has grade, be it pass, merit, distinction, or fail. That's probably why he's never shown that one. I've never seen him show his BTEC certificate.
Have we got anything to dull our brain again, Timbo?
You wanna quiz?
Yeah, I'm going to miss out on Lindsay again. We'll just have to do Lindsay on Saturday if we can. I thought there was some more interesting things to watch for face palming than Lindsay. What? What was that? What was that?
Sorry,
wait a minute. Wait till I make you bigger again. Come on, flash us again. Okay.
They were sort of on sale.
Mm,
They're not
okay.
tags, but
Yeah,
they are
no,
Zimmerwaffe.
You didn't wait 2 years for those ones.
No. Actually, one of them, one of them, I saw on their website several months ago, and I thought, oh, that's a bit pricey. Then they sent me one of their bloody emails the other day. We're having a sale. Oh, go on then. All in this money are easily paid.
Yeah.
Oh, did I miss out on what day it is today?
Yeah. No. Well, you've got to work it out and tell me.
It's
Okay.
Wednesday.
Obviously, that's question 1. And yes, it is Wednesday. Except it's Wednesday. Not anymore. It's now Thursday.
No, it's still Wednesday.
Well, no, 5 minutes.
I've still got half a day to go.
No, it's 5 past the hour. It's Sunday now.
Thursday, Terry.
Oh, Thursday.
Look, it says Wednesday. 5 minutes past 1.
Oh, that's wrong.
Not your own.
Okay.
No, I don't know.
You
I can't
ready?
even guess from the logo. It could be anything.
So it's pulling up various people on the other side here. Okay. Can I see what's he? I'm just trying to get the peanuts up. Come on, peanuts.
I hope the peanuts don't revolt
There you are.
for not playing Lindsay.
No, hopefully not.
Peanuts
Okay,
are
so
revolting.
anyone know what day it is today?
Well, Larry's having a
Told
guess.
you.
Who's having a
Chemistry
guess?
day.
Chemistry day. Yeah, no.
Okay.
That is the UN symbol. Well, it's not specifically for today, but that's the one they're pushing.
There's nothing to do
Okay,
with
let's
peace.
not get to it. It's the Day of Remembrance for Victims of Chemical Warfare.
Oh, well, it's close to Chemistry Day. That's close.
And
Didn't
in
even know
the
there was such a
US, it's also the National Meth Awareness Day.
Okay.
Right. Okay.
So chemicals still
You need to be aware of your meth if you're in the US.
Wow, let the celebrations begin.
That's right.
So
Okay,
so
moving
it's
on.
Meth Awareness
Let's cook some
Day.
up.
So it's Meth Awareness Day, an acronym which would be
Yes.
MAD.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't mind him.
Anyway.
He's mad, sir.
That was just a cover page, so we can get in. Okay.
Okay.
My interlude this week is this ship fact or fiction?
Okay.
It's an image.
And I will give you the name of the ship. It is the Pequod. Is the Pequod a real ship or a fictional ship?
One for real, two for not.
Yeah.
I reckon the
like that.
answer starts with F.
Yeah, no, yes, it would be true. Pick one F.
calling,
One F or two
I'm calling
Fs?
fictional.
Yeah, you're calling fictional from Paul.
Yeah.
I can't
Okay.
read all the little words on the side, so I don't know if that's
I
relevant.
don't think you're supposed to.
Well, you can if you want to. It's just going to say things like bow and capstan and main hatch and stock room and stuff like that.
Well,
No,
I've just remembered what it is now. Yeah, bugger.
Yes, it is fictional. Nerd Alert picked it up out in the peanuts. It is the boat from Moby Dick.
Yeah.
Call me Ishmael.
That's the one. So there you go.
Okay. Never mind.
First one is fiction. Let's get on to some trivia questions. Okay. What is the little dot above the lowercase I or J called?
Damn, I used to know this.
I get you to type in the chat just for a little bit so that the peanuts have a chance.
Yeah. I used to know this, but by inference that means I've forgotten.
Okay, I'll give you a few seconds more. I haven't got any answers out in the chat.
No, they're still lagging a little bit at the moment.
The peanuts are thinking.
No, okay. It is called a diddle.
That's it, Tittle. Yeah.
Okay. Who was the first explorer to reach the North Pole?
The North Pole.
Yeah. No, not the
North
G-spot
Pole.
Zeppelin.
I know the
Jeez.
South Pole, but not the North Pole.
Yeah, well, that's unfortunately, Terry, that is the question, is the North Pole. If I change it to the South Pole, my answer won't be right.
Hmm.
Anyone?
I've had a guess, but I
Anyone?
think I'm wrong.
No, you're wrong.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I don't know.
Okay.
It's not one of those
Robert
ones you remember.
Pearley.
Yeah.
No,
No.
don't.
No, it didn't ring a
No one
bell.
cares
Never
about
heard.
North Pole. Okay. What position do apple seed? Sorry, what poison do apples seeds contain?
I've
Ooh.
ate apple seeds before. How come I'm not dead?
Well, I think it's a matter if you ate
haven't
enough
eaten
of
enough of them.
Yeah,
Well, it wouldn't
I
be.
can't
It
say
wouldn't
that.
be this then, would it? Then I'll just remember how to spell it.
I'll just get anything close. I'll know whether you're right or not.
I need to update my book catalogue.
Yes, I believe you're right there, Terry. And Paul's also correct. Okay.
It's not just the seeds; it's the branches of the tree as well.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's correct.
Did you get that one right, Farmer?
It is cyanide.
No, I thought cyanide was to do with almonds. Don't know why.
That's arsenic, isn't it? I could be wrong.
I could be. Yeah, no doubt getting it all muddled up, but hey.
Okay, next one. Moving on. Who won the first Nobel Prize for medicine?
Nobel Prize.
I don't know many
smart
people.
fella.
Yeah.
Some smart fella. Yeah.
Okay. It was Edmund von Berlin. Anyone know what he did?
No.
Something clever.
He came up with a cure for diphtheria.
That's quite clever, yeah.
Yeah. Highest nomination bill ever printed in the United States was 100,000. Who was on the bill?
Oh, geez, I wouldn't want to take that into the local shop and ask them, could you get change?
Yeah, got any change for
Blue,
that?
Blue, can you have a look in your wallet and see who it
Yeah,
is?
Blue. Blue, can you have a look in your wallet? It's not cheating.
I've actually seen one of those. They used to have one on display in the Mint in Washington. But nobody worried about anybody stealing it. I mean, what the hell? You can't. Those notes were only used to transfer money between banks.
Oh, right. Yeah,
They were not released for circulation. So.
Yeah, imagine going down to buy a pack of cigarettes with a.
Yeah.
Can I have change, please?
Get change for 100,000. All right.
Don't remember what was on it, Bill? Not Bill. Bill. Don't remember what was on it, Blue.
I have no idea.
Yeah, it was President Woodrow Wilson.
Do you know, I wouldn't recognise him if I tripped over him.
Well, I won't give you any $100,000 notes then. You won't know what it is.
I suppose it looks like all the other denominations of American money. It all looks like monopoly money to me.
Yeah,
just waiting for this to catch up out in the peanuts. Okay, fact or fiction. You can make a call now, or you could wait till I give you the name of the boat or ship. Sorry.
I'd like to take a punt at what the ship actually is.
It
is the picture.
Actually, it does actually have the name on the back of the boat there. The ship.
I can't read that.
No, I can't from here either.
Okay. It is the HMS Victory. Is that fact? Is that a real boat or a fictional boat?
Well, I hope so.
Well, it's floating.
I've been on it.
That's so we've got a few facts.
If that was fake, that was bloody convincing.
Yeah,
definitely a real boat. Yes, fought with Lord Nelson in Trafalgar. Okay.
It's down at Portsmouth Naval Base. I've been on it a couple of times.
Did it actually see? I missed the bit that I read. Did it actually fired its guns?
Oh yeah, that's the ship that Nelson was aboard during the Battle of Trafalgar. And
You
it
aware of
is
the Battle of
it is
Trafalgar, Terry?
technically still listed as part of the fleet. Technically,
Yeah.
it's still listed as being active, but obviously it isn't.
I wouldn't want to
You
go
know where
up.
they-
I
they
wouldn't want to
talk
go
about-
up against an enemy's cruiser or something else.
No.
That's the boat where supposedly he said, "Kiss me, kiss me."
Hardy.
Oh, I had it in my head 2 seconds ago.
Kiss
Yeah,
me, Hardy.
That's the one. Kiss me, Harvey.
And they
Okay.
think what he actually said was Kismet, as in fate.
Kiss me. Yeah, fate. Okay. Periodic table. What is atomic weight of 1.00794? Any guesses?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, we have a guess. We have a correct guess, I think. I hope it's a correct guess because that's what I remember it being.
You can't really get
Okay.
less than that.
No, it is hydrogen.
Yeah.
We had quite a few answers correctly out in the peanuts for that.
We had oxygen.
Okay. Yeah, but we had a few hydrogens above that.
Yeah.
So, yes, you had Judy Bassett and Nerd Alert both got that. And Paul got it, I think, before they did. Okay. What is the largest religious monument in the world located in Cambodia?
I think I can picture it. I'm bugging if I can remember what it's called.
Ankle or what?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, the what? The who? The what?
The when? The what? Is it made of
Give me a couple
stone?
more seconds out. It has stone in the buildings, yeah. No, not the Taj Mahal.
Taj Mahal's not in Cambodia.
Yeah, Nerd Alert.
It's
Even I knew
Angkor.
that.
That's it, the Angkor.
What? That's what,
What?
we said.
What?
Angkor what?
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 Yeah, what? Ankle what?
Okay. To celebrate the 30th birthday in 2010, Google placed a playable version of what arcade game on its homepage? It's only 12 years ago.
Did they?
Was it that one?
Did they place a
Yeah,
playable
12.
version of what arcade game? 2010.
Just give me a little bit of chance to the
I don't remember that.
in the peanuts. We have one answer in the peanuts. We have one answer in Farmers has given an answer. And the correct answer is Pac-Man.
Ah.
Oh, I was never into Pac-Man.
Mm.
I prefer Space
It's
Invaders.
quite popular, huh?
Pong and Tetris they went for out there. So.
Yeah. They've been a bit too old. You gotta remember Google wasn't around when those games were being played. 30 years was Pac-Man. Came out at the same time.
Yeah, but it's
The Treaty
30th
of
birthday in
Ghent.
2010, which means it came out in 1980.
Yeah. Pong came out long before that.
So I thought that's why I went Space Invaders.
Space Invaders came out long before that too. Space
Space
Invaders was around when I was like 12.
What was Google
So that
doing back
puts
in
it, what's-
1980?
It's been invented.
Space Invaders came out in 78.
Yeah, there you go. See? Oh, you reckon 78? Nah, it's going to be earlier than that.
That's what Google's telling me.
Okay, I remember playing it earlier than that. I remember playing it at the airport in Sydney while I was waiting for a plane, and yes, it would have been somewhere around 12 to 14. Anyway, Treaty of Ghent was a peace treaty that ended which war? Yes, Nerd Alert, I can see why Pac-Man would have ghosted you.
Oh, I think you've Ghent. It rings a vague bell, but I can't place it.
You have one answer out in the peanuts.
Miss Pac-Man's supposed to be worth just as much, isn't it?
Worth? It depends which system you're talking about.
Ah.
Probably on the if you have an original Miss Pac-Man for the Atari, yes, it's probably worth a little bit of money. Okay, it was the War of 1812. What was the name of the pig leader in George Orwell's
Oh,
Animal Farm?
God's teeth.
No, that was not his name.
You're asking all the questions that I know I used to know, but I can't bloody remember any of them. That's fun. You don't realise how much you've forgotten until you do one of these. Yeah.
I don't have anyone give me anyone. Wasn't Snowflake. Yep. Great, put out. Okay. Napoleon.
That's it, yeah, Napoleon. It's one of the great leaders. I can't remember which one it was.
Fact or fiction?
Oh, that's definitely
Enterprise. CVN65.
Oh, that is. Oh, well, that. Yeah, right. Not NCC 1701. Not that I'm a Trekkie or anything. What was that? NCC 17. The original one was it a B? Was it C? I can't remember. I think Next Generation was D.
What do you reckon, Terry? Fact or fiction?
Well, it exists as a model, but as an actual spaceship.
That's what I.
Look at what's written. USS Enterprise brackets CVN 65. That's the giveaway. If you know what CVN 65 means.
That's USS Enterprise. I never said the picture was what the boat was. Yes, USS Enterprise is an actual boat.
I can never remember what the V stands for, but the C is carrier and the N is nuclear.
Yeah. No idea myself, but that's why I put the initials in, because yes, there's definite difference between Star Trek and the real boat.
V means fixed wing, as in it carried aircraft and not helicopters. Well, I think it carried choppers as well, but its main purpose, CVN is carrier, fixed wing, nuclear.
There you go.
Because the Americans love their abbreviations and acronyms and
or capable of fixed wing as opposed to one that's only capable of vertical liftoff. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, some more trivia questions. First American multimillionaire was John Jacob Astor. Made his fortune in what trade?
Blimey. Pork bellies. No, hang on. Orange juice.
Orange juice.
What else was in trading places?
Pork bellies and orange juice. I think that was about all the trading places. Well, wasn't it orange juice futures? They made the money.
That's right. Orange juice futures. Yeah. It's not actual orange juice. It's orange juice that's going to exist in the future.
Because they had the weather report or whatever it was, not the weather report, but the broadcast, the prediction for the next year's crop, which was going to affect. But no, they withheld that.
What an old classic that was.
That was okay. We have a few entered. No, it wasn't cattle, wasn't cosmetics. It was the fur trade.
Oh.
Peter would have loved him. Here's an easy one. The Mariana Trench is the deepest trench in the world, located in which ocean?
The Marinara Trench.
Mariana. Mariana.
Mariana. What does I said Mariana? What the? Well, I had M's. I had letters in it. Did I say Marinara Trench? As in like the pizza.
I think you did. Yes.
It's a pizza trench. Oh, Judy's got it correct out there. Terry's got it correct with a very interesting spelling. Palmer says it correct.
Well, the X and the C right next to each other, and I knew I missed.
I'd never seen Pacific spelled with an X before.
There you are. I put the C there.
Yeah, I don't criticize Terry because you know how good I am at spelling. Pacification. Okay, Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin, and Jim Morrison and Amy Winehouse all died at what age?
It's that one, wasn't it?
Yeah, we'll see. I'll keep you in suspense.
Okay.
Wait for it to catch up a little bit for the. Make sure you speed up the live feed, guys. You might be a little bit behind on timing. So it's a good way to make sure you get the questions when they come out. 33.666. No. Oh, now
There we go. We're getting some answers now.
There
Yeah,
we
a
go.
lot younger
There's,
than what I
there's usually
predicted.
about, you get about a 30-second lag, I think.
Yeah.
There we go. 27 is
Yeah.
correct, which is what Farmer said.
That's what I thought.
Okay, what does the E stand for in the name in the American restaurant chain Chuck E. Cheese? Clues still out there?
Eats.
No. Chuck does not eat the cheese.
Uh-huh.
I got to remember that it actually is Chuck E. Cheese because I always just ever heard it. And I just always thought it was Chuck E.
Chuck E.
Cheese. You know,
Yeah.
Chuck E. with a Y. Judy thinks Edgar. No.
Emetic. Ooh.
It is
Magic.
Emetic cheese.
It's gone
Eaten
off cheese.
It is entertainment. Chuck E.
Ah.
Entertainment cheese.
I thought it was one of those
Yeah.
superfluous letters just stuck in there to make it sound good without actually meaning anything.
No.
Hmm.
Released in 1989, the album Bleach was the debut studio album by what rock band?
Hydrogen peroxide.
Was a rock band? Okay.
That well known.
Not that one named. Any answers? Have you got any answers anywhere?
Oh, yeah. There's a link.
Yeah.
I don't think I've actually got that one.
I think that's correct. Okay, so you're all dying to know the answer, and Farmer's got it right with Nirvana.
You know, I'm just checking my collection now. Do I actually have? No, I don't. Shit. Right, I better fix that.
Okay, fact or fiction? I can never pronounce this one correct. I think it's Tintum. Tinsum.
Well, the first T will be silent, so it'll be Sintium. Blimey.
Sintswim.
Sintswim. I've never heard of
Fact
that
or
one.
fiction? Fact or fiction?
Faction.
So I've got a.
Or is it fixed?
Fiction. I got a fact. Nerds guessing, which is fine. Gonna make a guess, Terry. To pick one or the other.
I can only get it wrong, can't I? 50-50.
Well, that's it. It's 50-50.
You could 50-50.
Yeah.
Phone a friend. Ask the audience.
Just look at the picture. Does the picture look like it's a picture of a real boat, or is it a painting?
But to be honest, that looks like the side of a lifeboat.
It is a lifeboat from the. That might give it away, actually. Actually, that's a big clue.
It doesn't mean to say it's real.
No, it's not. But why is it a big clue? Because it's the boat from the movie Life of Pi.
Do you know? I've never seen that film because I just looked at it and thought, nah.
He actually, he was in a lifeboat.
That's right. He was with a tiger.
It was from, yes, and that's the lifeboat from the ship.
And I think that's why I said, nah.
He lied with the pictures before. Nerd alert is not trusting me when I say pictures.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Well, I don't blame him.
Enough.
You've got previous.
Yeah, Zeb says pictures like.
Helen Tamel are official languages of which island nation?
Oh, God. Oh, yeah. Because I'm thinking of the Tamil tigers.
You are.
Yeah, that's what I
And that would
thought
give
too.
it away.
Tamil tigers.
And that
Oh,
gives
there
it
I
away.
was
So,
with Ozzie. There I was on the island of. With Ozzie refusing to go
yeah,
on
you were on
stage.
the island. Yeah. So Paul and Farmers and Nerd Alert and Grimfindle have all, and Larry and X Large have all got it correct. It is Sri Lanka.
good.
Sri Lanka. I like that. Next large. Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka.
It's good there. I like
Sri
it.
Lanka. Sri Lanka. After Broadwalk and Park Lane, Park Place, what is the next most expensive property in the game Monopoly? I should change that to Park Lane. I'm pretty sure we call it Park Lane on ours.
Ah, yes. This isn't the English version, is it?
No.
No.
Oh, shit. I don't know then.
American version.
I have no idea. Never played the American version because we don't have Boardwalk on ours. I can tell
No.
you.
Well, so what's the most expensive one on yours?
That one.
Mhm.
Is that on the American one?
No one knows. Yeah, no, I don't think so.
No, I wouldn't expect it to be. Because
Yeah.
the English one
I-
has got
I-
some very, very English names on it. you
I'm
know.
gonna say Farmers and Paul are both correct, regardless of what my answer is.
Oh, we got King's Cross on ours. Isn't that the English
The
version?
two most expensive ones, and I'm sure this applies to all the boards, is the last two before you get to the start finish when you pass go, and they are coloured a dark blue.
Yeah.
Yes, and one is Park Lane.
And the other one starts with an M, right?
Correct.
Yeah,
They are the two
yeah,
most
mate.
expensive ones, certainly on the British Monopoly board. As to what the Yanks have got on theirs,
Yeah, that's the American one. We don't have that one.
American one is Pennsylvania Avenue, and I should have
Yeah.
checked that one. That was,
We got the English
I didn't-
version.
That's not Monopoly.
Yeah,
That's a
that's
rip
not
off of
Monopoly.
Monopoly.
Yeah.
no.
But it hasn't. It won't have all the usual Leicester Square and Piccadilly
No,
and
all them.
Euston.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Which planet has moons that are nearly all named after Shakespearean characters? Sorry, not actors.
Oh.
Matt would have liked that question.
He would have
What
done.
a shame.
Is it that one?
It is that one. Maybe.
Okay.
We got conflicting answers.
I think it's a
The
toss up
reason why I
between
say
two.
maybe is that I did remember and now I can't remember. So let's see what my answer was. Oh, no, retracted his answer.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got a few Jupiters, we've got a Saturn, we've got a Neptune. The answer is Uranus.
Uranus.
Is it? Oh, okay. I can't think of any of the moons of that bloody planet at the moment, so that's probably why I didn't go for it.
Yes. No.
I've got to have a look now.
I'm just having a quick look myself.
Oh, how did I not know that?
Puck.
That's in
Oh,
a
yeah.
Pink Floyd song.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it?
Miranda, Titania,
they're all-
Oberon, Ariel, Umbriel, Puck, Cressida,
Puck,
Desdemona,
yeah,
Cordelia.
Yeah.
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 What bloody
There you
Pink
go.
Floyd song is that? Is that Astronomy Domini?
It could be.
Oh,
Okay. What Italian sculptor / architect is credited in creating the Baroque style?
oh. Don't know.
Won't hold this one up. Unless we've got any people who did art, they're not going to know this one. I don't think.
I'm sure I've probably heard
Just
of him,
gives
but I
the-
can't.
Just
I can't.
give a chance out in the peanuts for someone to answer. We've got one answer, two answers. Okay, the correct answer is, of course, Bernini. You all knew that, didn't you?
Yeah, sure.
The name
Two
rings a vague bell, but
yeah, nah, it's a bit obscure, that one. I must admit. A bit more obscure. Who wrote
Right, what-
Flowers of Algernon?
Flowers for Algernon. Don't know. And it was Astronomy Domini, by the way.
Yeah. Okay, Flowers for Algernon. Give 10 more seconds. Sec to answer. Okay, no answers there. Daniel Keith. There you go.
New one on me.
No, no, new. This is the Black Pearl. Fact or fiction?
Well,
Got a fiction?
technically,
Got a fiction? Got a couple of fictions? Timbo's Turtles Twisted Torture Test. I would never do anything nasty. It is a fact, because that's not the Black Pearl, as in that is Black Pearl.
yeah, like that, is it?
Yeah,
That was just being mean.
yeah, it's like that.
There you go. Get across the Atlantic using only 20 litres of fuel.
But it didn't do it in 2.5 hours.
Both. No, it won't be 2.5 hours. But
Bring back Concorde.
and even the sail generates electricity. There you go.
Very clever.
Oh, last one. One more run of trivia questions. Okay. The United States Air Force created Project Blue Book for the study of what? Everyone should get this one.
That's an easy one.
It's an easy one.
If it's so easy, I should know it then.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, you should.
Do you not know it, Terry?
No.
Did you watch TV in the 70s?
Not a lot.
Project Blue Book? I haven't got any answers out around. What's he at? Peanuts. Space weapons. Nope.
Not in 1952.
There we go. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Waiting for them to come in. That is correct. Yes. Project Blue Book was the study of UFOs. Very famous. Most of them they discovered were of something else, although there was, I think, a fraction, like 5%, that they couldn't come up with an answer, but that didn't mean they thought they were aliens. They just didn't know.
Yeah, they just couldn't come to a conclusion, could they?
Ambergris is a waxy substance that originates from the secretions from what aquatic animal?
Yep.
More specific, actually.
Oh, you want the actual species, do you? Okay.
Yeah.
Them.
Yeah. Yep.
You're missing a letter.
Oh, that's lovely, isn't it?
That's all right. You spelled yours. Terry spelled his EEL.
Eh? What wheels?
No, just EEL.
Oh, eels. My hovercraft is full of eels.
It is a sperm whale.
Ah.
It produces algae. It's basically vomit.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, people find it washed up on the beach and yeah, find big lumps of it, and it's worth thousands. I mean, don't use it in perfumes and things. Is it perfume?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's worth a lot of money. Perfumes. Yeah.
If you know what you've just found as the tide's gone out.
Yes.
You know.
And you can find somebody who's willing to buy it off you.
Yeah.
Okay, 1917, Finland declared its independence from which country? You know your, you know
God.
your Finlandic history.
Finland.
The
country
place
where I
that
quite
I
like
want to be.
I could tell you they got independence from that. And if you're very
Got a
lucky, he'll
few-
show you his interesting collection of Scandinavian credit cards.
got quite a few answers out in Peanuts.
I must admit that would be my first guess, yeah. But I don't know.
Okay, that is the correct answer. Russia.
All right.
Okay, penultimate question. Which music composition written by Russian composer Sergei Prokofiev? Probably mispronounced that. Prokofiev. Close enough for me. Famous for.
Oh God.
And you would have heard of this one.
Yes,
Definitely
I
would have
know.
heard of this one.
Just trying to think what's bloody called. I know it. Not listened to me classical music for a bit.
Yes, it is definitely a classical musical piece.
I know. Can't think what's.
If I give it a clue to say, I think David Bowie was even popular for doing a version of it.
Was he?
He was narrating over the top of it.
I can't remember what it is.
It is Peter and the Wolf.
Oh, yeah. No, you say it, yeah.
No, I wouldn't have thought of that.
Okay, in the human body, what is the hallux?
Never heard of it. It's a
I
new one
can
on me.
guarantee you have one.
Oh, that's just maybe.
No, it's not a new one on you. You would have had one when you came out of the womb.
Is it next to
There
the
may be even more than
bollocks?
one. There may be even more than one.
I've never heard of it.
Never heard of it?
No.
Let's see if we get any answers. So where's the chat gone? I lost them. Oh, they've run away. The peanuts have run away. There they are. Elbow, no. I'll give you 10 more seconds. Make a guess. Let me say it's an appendage. Nope.
No, don't know.
Big toe.
What on earth would you call
It's your hooks.
Really? Never heard
yeah.
it called that before.
Well, yes. There you go. Google has spoken. There you go. That enough?
Oh, of course, it's the
Um,
mediodistal part of the foot, formed by the first metatarsal. Of course. Just call it your big toe.
It's that place where the flat earthers keep their brains.
As she said in the film, wiggle your big toe.
Hello, wonderful person. This is
And that's how I knew that Uma Thurman's toes looked just like mine.
Okay.
You've not seen that in Kill Bill?
Not quite what I would. No.
Where she gets out of the
I've seen
hospital, where she's been in a
Kill Bill.
coma for several years, and she gets in that truck, and her legs and her feet don't work, and she sits there and goes, and she's trying to wiggle her big toe.
Big toe. Yeah.
And you see her feet, and her toes have got the same basic shape as mine.
Okay.
There you go. See?
I was going to say when that was happening. when that happened, I didn't think, oh, let's get out my big toe and wiggle it and see what happens.
And that, of course, was the Pussy Wagon.
It was.
Brilliant film.
I
Absolutely.
must watch those 2 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, the second one's
watch
good,
those
but
two films.
the first one is just superb. I'd say the first one's better than the second. The second one's good, but the first one, there's something about it. Did you really think it was going to be that easy? Yeah, I kind of did.
Yeah.
Apparently, he's going to stop making films. Tarantino.
Okay.
He's going to jack it in.
Is that what you? A few of his last ones, I don't know. Sometimes they're good. Sometimes. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but yeah, apparently he said he's going to.
They do get a bit fanciful.
Yeah.
It's okay. Makes his money.
Oh
People
yes,
like
he
his
said
stuff.
he's going to stop once he's made his 10th movie, and he says largely to the idea that directors make pretty terrible final films.
So he'll make one more that'll be his final film.
He'll do one more, and if it's okay, he said, right, I'll stop there. That'll do.
I mean, Pulp Fiction was quite good. I liked it.
I preferred that over. I mean, Reservoir Dogs was good, but Pulp Fiction, that I don't know how many times I've seen that film.
Yeah.
It's just so it's all the little touches. Like every time something important is happening, John Travolta's character is on the carsy. Anything's going on, he's on the loo. You know.
Yeah. It's got that sort of nice flow to that film, and jumps around enough with the characters and different sort of storylines sort of going on.
Yeah, because of course it's like taking a conventional film and then going, right, I'll put that scene there, that one can go over there, that one can go blah, 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 blah. Now pay attention,
because the ones that are really popular, see, I think a lot of people like Reservoir Dogs. I'm not can't even sure if I remember seeing Reservoir Dogs. I might have to watch it just to make sure. Pulp Fiction was all right. Jackie Brown, I don't know if I really.
That
Kill
was
Bill.
Kill Bills.
Kill Bills were right. Death Proof, can't say it sticks in my memory. Inglourious Bastards was quite really popular. Django Unchained.
I watched a bit of that on telly again the other night. Yeah, that's where you can choose your own clothes, and he comes out in that blue get up. Oh.
Yeah. To me, it's if you realize it's a fantasy, then it's fine. If you try and think, oh, this is how it really was, nothing like that. Hateful Eight, can't say it.
Hateful Eight, yeah, I need to go back. I think I've only watched that once. I need to go back and watch it again.
His last one, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, was all right.
Do you know what? Again, I've never actually got around to watching that yet. I just haven't. I ought to.
But it's a fantasy too.
Oh yeah,
it's very much a Hollywood film. Yeah,
well, Inglourious Bastards. I mean, that whole sort of second part to it was a complete, what if, blowing up Hitler and all of his cronies in the cinema. That was Christoph Waltz's film. That's what really, set him going. I think certainly over here. But yeah, Django, that bit with the lynch mob, and they're all bitching and whining about those bloody masks they pulled over faces. Can you see anything out of yours? The eye holes are all in the wrong place. Oh, it's just. One of them, he pulls it down so far that he spits out of it. Can you see anything out of this? Well, if I sort of do this and look this way.
Well, I think that was
the blows them all up anyway. Oh dear! See, that's what I like, a film that can really make you laugh. Not the fact that that wouldn't happen. That's not realistic. I mean, because it's not trying to be. If it's trying to be realistic and it fails, then fair enough. But that's just a silly bloody film that's funny. Although there are a couple of bits in it that really aren't, feeding old boy to the dogs.
Well,
I'm
here
glad
you
they
go.
cut away
I've
for that.
just got to, while we wait. Jump in any time, Terry. We're just filling in space.
Oh yeah. I've just lined up the videos. That's all.
Tell me when. I was just going to say Pulp Fiction. I was just looking at the awards. So Pulp Fiction had 7 nominees for Academies.
Mm-hmm.
Then Jackie Brown, Kill Bill, Death Proof virtually had none all the way through. Then Inglourious Bastards, Django Unchained, and Once Upon a Time in Hollywood all had quite a lot of awards. It sort of gives you a sense of popularity.
Yeah, Jackie Brown. From what I can remember, had some good bits in it, but it was quite forgettable, to be honest. Because I've forgotten most of it.
Oh, you ready to go, Terry? Jump in.
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Go for it.
As Matt would say.
Oh yeah, this is a bright one. Yeah, press play, please, Terry.
What it says right here, bro? Air map of the world, 1945. It's a flat Earth map.
What kind of a cyber freak are we dealing with?
What is this? What is this? What is this?
That is one big pile of shit.
All I talk about is what I know.
Well, that's all you had to say, dogface.
It's a flat Earth map. You don't say.
You dumb bitch.
Even pilots on video admitting in this, bro. Pilots say there is no curvature.
That sounds like a lie that the communists made up, Tommy.
But my father told me that too, Mr. Sanders.
Bro, what you Globers gonna say?
Are you deaf or just stupid?
I'm sorry to tell y'all, but you Globers need to do more research about everything because y'all just assuming stuff. Y'all don't even do no research.
Did your parents have any children that lived? Sir, yes, sir. I bet they regret that.
Y'all just jumped the gun and straight comment on my videos.
Well, an interesting fact about that movie with that drill sergeant that I didn't know before.
Mm-hmm.
That they wanted him to be the trainer or the person for the movie. But they ended up keeping him because it was better than the person that was there or something.
Yeah, he was brought on as an advisor, and then I think myth has it that he managed to swear without repeating himself to Kubrick for 10 or 15 minutes, and it was like, well, hang on, he was actually a drill instructor before, he know whereof he speaketh, and it was like, well, give him the bloody job then.
Yeah, exactly.
Because he was so good at it. Because if I remember rightly, he'd done it before himself. He wasn't just acting. He wasn't pretending. He was he was doing it.
No,
he'd done
he
it
was
before.
a Marine Corps drill instructor. And that part of that movie, the back half of it's hokey, but the basic training part is the most realistic I've ever seen.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that is down to him.
Yeah, most of what you see in the typical movie is just horseshit. It doesn't really happen like that. That was scary to me when I sat and watched it the first time. I thought, "Oh shit, this is just like being back at Fort Polk, Louisiana." Exactly. Yeah. Yep.
Well, the drill instructors used to get into your face for sort of thing.
Yeah, the part about not cursing. Our drill instructors didn't do it either. It was amazing all the names they could call you without ever using a curse word.
Mm.
They weren't allowed to, though. That had even when I went in 1970, that had already become the kinder, gentler army, so to speak. They could beat the shit out of you. They just couldn't cuss at you.
Yeah.
You crying, boy? You crying, boy? Maybe we'll go back down to McDonald's and get you a Lamburger and some French fries.
Like, I know for a fact, none of y'all ain't doing no research.
Oh, yeah.
What do you say, John?
I say I've heard nothing but blabber.
Y'all just be jumping the gun and just assuming that everything has a curvature when it really doesn't. Everything has a horizon. And everything is flat on the horizon. Lime, my guys.
You are all weirdos.
Can any Glober out there make this make sense?
You got a lot of problems,
Not to
don't
you.
you?
From 10 feet away, security camera. It's not clear from 10 feet away, obviously, right? But from 4.6 billion light years away, you can get a clear photo.
Are you stupid or something? I'm as stupid as a stupid does.
We all know it's Photoshop. It's all CGI. You know what I'm saying? It's all computer generated, bro.
I see assholes like you every day.
Every fucking day.
Bro, all you Globers got no common sense, bro. Like, I really feel bad for y'all, bro. Y'all really got no common sense, my guy.
If that isn't ironic, Tom, I don't know what is.
Sundial always works on the flat Earth, doesn't work on the globe, my guy.
Why the fuck would he say that?
As you can see, the sun always rotates from what? From east to west, 360 all the way around.
Well, boy, your mama must be damn proud of you.
I'm sorry to tell y'all, but a sundial works on the flat Earth, you see.
I'm out of my fucking mind!
Why? Because the sun rotates 360 all the way around.
My mind doesn't work that way. I got this real moron thing I do. It's called thinking.
You Globers have no idea what y'all be talking about.
I sometimes have a
Yeah.
feeling
You know
I
what
can do
happens if you-
crystal meth, but then I think, better not.
Better not.
I wonder if
He hasn't
knows if
seen
you
a
pick up
southern
the sundial.
hemispherian sundial,
No.
has he?
Oh, you can bet your
No.
boots he hasn't.
Pick up that sundial and move it, 100 kilometers north-south, either way. Doesn't work.
Or bring farmer's sundial down here and see if it works. Be hard to read.
Yep, that's right. Particularly if
We-
you're pointed in the same direction.
We never do any research.
No.
No, apparently not.
No.
I can explain the sunset, though. I bet he can't.
Well, can you say what the sun is?
Oh, no, we don't know what the sun is.
Well, it's light.
Which one is this?
It
Oh,
has,
this is
it
the
has
sun,
to
this
be
is-
light.
yep.
Am I getting warmer?
If you
No,
get too close, yeah.
It's a reflection, you see.
Can I just say that in all of these little videos that Blue does, he has this little chuckle, and I love it.
Got any idea what he's talking about? Lou?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the one.
Off you go. Just press play, Terry.
Okay.
On rare occasions, we get to witness moments of sheer genius. This is not one of those moments.
Aw.
Warning, smooth facial and monitor damage alerts in effect. Get out those oven mitts. Push the monitors back out of punching range. And let's light this dumpster fire and have some fun.
The mile squared elevation correction.
Okay, right, I can remember this now, right? So you need to apply he says you need to apply the 8 inches, right? We might have to go over this bit, right? I'll rewind it again in a minute and we'll go over it and we'll break it down, right? Listen, he changes it.
I got a feeling of deja vu.
I tell you, mate, it's deja vu all over again.
No, it's him playing over the top of what was played. We played last week, so he's talking over the top of the video.
We know.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's not quite deja vu.
It's expressed a bit differently for surveying.
Not quite deja.
Because you understand 8 inches times the mile square. We're mixing units there. We've got to have everything in the same units. So the correction becomes 0.024 times feet expressed in thousands. So a mile would be 5.28. And that's squared.
Okay, so that would be the curvature for... Okay. Did you hear that? Did everybody hear that? I'm so glad that these guys keep going over this. Bringing this back up. Gives us a chance to go over it, right? So, go back again. 223. Okay, let's see if this
Of what a requirement might be, and then how you'd and what distance might be the right.
So, well, actually, plane surveyors do account for curvature anyway in their elevations. So you always need to apply curvature corrections to your elevations. When you're using your theodolite or your total station, and you're measuring those distances, you need to apply the 8 inches times the mile squared elevation correction. It's expressed a bit differently for surveying.
Right, okay. Now, I don't think Jeff here and Jesse and the people that have pushed this actually realise how the damage they've actually done. He said, although he's not a surveyor, right?
And once again, Bev accuses a registered professional land surveyor of not being a surveyor. Nice job, Bev.
But he said that you always need to apply corrections. And that correction applies within a linear distance, which is literally impossible.
Yes, he
But I
said
won't let you
that
into it.
in a plane surveyor,
Yeah.
will account for curvature.
Yes.
So it means that this is no longer plane surveying.
Yeah.
And by the way, he is making mistake because 8 inches per mile squared, if you are calculating this drop, you are calculating from ground level or sea level or whatever. Because if you are above,
Or whatever.
you have to calculate to the first drop or rise to the hump, and then from that point you have to calculate the drop behind horizon.
Wait a minute. You have to calculate rise to the hump and then drop behind horizon. You're standing on a sphere. That sphere curves away from you in every direction. Level deviates from horizontal in every direction, and it does that at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared. You guys have got hump on the brain.
In their model. So they even don't know
you
how to
can't.
apply their calculations.
Yeah, you can't really. It doesn't work. It's impossible
Yes,
to
but,
make it
but
work.
still,
Yeah.
yes, but still, he is missing even that. So he has no clue.
Right, so McToon is asking him right now. Jeff has said that plane surveyors apply the 8 inches, right? But now listen to what he says, right? Has anybody got a problem with 8 inches to the mile squared, right? Anybody got any problem with that actual formula?
Yeah, it's very clumsy.
No, I've never heard of
I'm trying
anybody.
to apply it every
right?
time.
Nobody's got a problem with that formula. It's a distance, and then it's a vertical height, and it's per mile.
So you don't know anybody that has a problem with 8 inches per mile squared. Well, it works, but that's not what surveyors use. Let's check an actual surveying text. This one is written by Davis, Foote, and Kelly. It's called Surveying Theory and Practice. I've got a 5th edition from 1966. Nowhere in this textbook does it ever talk about 8 inches per mile squared. A common formula that actual surveyors use is 0.024 times the distance in thousands of feet squared. Maybe it would have helped you to have read an actual text on the subject of land surveying, Bev.
Right? Although it's an impossible mathematical thing, once you link it to reality, it's literally impossible. But forget about that. 8 inches to the mile squared. Now, particularly, this is the bit where he says it changes. Listen to what he says.
Because you understand 8 inches times the mile square. We're mixing units there. We're gonna have.
He says we're mixing units there. So 8 inches to the mile squared. Inches and miles. Well, they're within the same formula, right? Feet,
yes,
yards, miles.
Hey, I need to dig a hole. Yeah. How deep you want it? 12. Well, 12 what? Inches, feet, yards? It doesn't matter. They're all the same.
They are consistent.
Yes,
with each
that's
other.
fine. So why would somebody say they're not? You're mixing units. What are you mixing? But let's see the change, right?
God.
8 inches to the mile squared. That's a very consistent formula. Very easy to represent as a mathematical structure. But let's listen to the surveying change that he makes.
Everything in the same units.
You've got to have everything in the same units, he says. Inches and miles to him aren't the same units.
Well, no, they're not.
So the correction becomes 0.024.
0.024? Yeah?
What?
Well, I don't know. 0.024? As opposed to the 8 inches. I'm taking it, right?
Times
you have paused the
feet
video.
expressed in thousands.
Feet expressed in thousands.
Well, it repeats
Thousands of feet. So we've got
Yeah.
a number from nowhere, 0.024, and we're timesing that by feet expressed in thousands.
You numpty.
So a
dipshit.
mile would be 5.28.
So a mile would be 5.28. What?
It's an echo.
He's put a mile in there, and he's put feet in there. Is that not mixing units? What was up with inches? I mean, where's
Christ
what's he?
almighty.
Yeah. Listen,
I have no clue what
Yeah.
he's doing.
it's this globe surveying. This is the guy that may or may not live in Maine. That these guys are going to go along with, right? They've got to go with this. This is the
Yeah.
guy. He's the top man.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
got McToon there.
And that's squared.
And that's squared. Just square it at the end. Square's the answer.
What an idiot.
It's fascinating.
He hasn't got a clue, has he?
No.
0.024. Hey, do you want to hear it again? I noticed Eric's loving this.
0.02 Bev. God. Bev.
I don't like. I've been over this before, and I've actually wrote it out, and it literally makes no sense. This is literally nonsense. Somebody
you're a moron.
with some mathematical genius that he thinks he is, that he thinks he can just
Oh, God.
blurt out strange fucking numbers and stuff, and everybody else will have not got a clue what he's talking about. But he's the authority figure.
Projection.
He's the man that
Oh,
said
that's true.
plane surveyors
You
actually
idiot.
figure in a curvature, and 8 inches per mile squared isn't good enough for him because he's a globe surveyor and he's going to do this. Listen.
When you're using your theodolite or your total station and you're measuring those distances, you need to apply the 8 inches times a mile squared elevation correction. It's expressed a bit differently for surveying because you understand 8 inches times the mile square. We're mixing units there. We're going to have everything in the same units. So the correction becomes 0.024 times feet expressed in thousands. So a mile would be 5.28. And that's squared.
Go on, follow that one. How the fuck do you do that? You're a plane surveyor, right? You're just out there measuring. You're measuring your elevation changes. Reference to a horizontal plane.
I still don't know what he's correcting and in reference to what.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
And you end up with a squared number. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. The way he's done it, he's took 8 inches times the mile squared and changed it to 0.024 times feet expressed
Miles.
in thousands, which for a mile would be
miles.
0.5.
Squared.
That's all.
Say it,
something
miles
squared.
0.5 of what? I really
0.5.
cannot process that. Sorry.
Right, but obviously that was such a phenomenal outlay, that, right? I mean, everybody was thinking 8 inches. Well, I know they said that wasn't right, but I mean, hey, this is the new surveying one. Have you ever actually heard anybody say that? There's a 8 inches one now, and now the surveyors use something completely different.
That's all, folks.
It's just.
I'd like to.
You could just tell by the way he was talking, he had absolutely no clue.
I'd like to
No,
change it to
none
metric.
whatsoever.
I'd like to change it to metric for Bev and
Well-
say, what's 0.5 of a meter, Bev?
Not confusing.
No, that formula can, what
Doing metric as well.
what surveying books use is like I showed. They use the 0.024, but it's 0.0224 feet per 1,000 feet squared. That's what it is. So feet squared goes away and you just end up with feet. You got feet squared on the top and the bottom of the equation, cancels out, and you just end up with an answer in feet of drop. It's just a constant. That's all. Now you could leave it everything in feet if you wanted to, but instead of 0.024, you end up with 0.00000000024.
Yeah.
Lots of zeros.
Yeah, lots of zeros.
So they just monkey around with the constant to make it easier to use. How can you not understand that?
They're just
Well, if you
numbers. They
take
don't
8
usually know what they mean.
inches, if you take 8 inches, divide that by 12 to convert it into feet, and then divide it by 5.28, and then divide it by 5.28 again, guess what you get? 0.024. Yeah.
Exactly, 0.024.
Yep.
It's just a constant.
It's actually 0.0239, blah, 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 but it's
Right.
close enough to
Right.
0.024.
Yeah, you end up with
Yeah.
7 or 8.03 or something
Yeah,
inches per mile if you use 0.024.
yeah, which is good enough.
Yeah, well, you got a refraction involved, and that's got more error in it than
Yeah, exactly.
anything else does.
But just the fact that he's never heard of that formula at all is an indication that he doesn't really know much about surveying.
Well, I didn't realise at first when I first got into flat earth stuff that the formula that they used was for a parabola, and we didn't come up with that formula for that 10 inches per mile. Is that the one for the parabola?
8 inches.
8 inches per mile.
Yeah, 8 inches per mile.
Yeah, they brought that on to us. Not we never claimed that one.
Didn't that come from Robotham?
Yeah,
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. That's Rowbotham's. I mean, it does work to a certain degree, but it is only drop, and it's presuming that you're actually at ground level.
Depends what accuracy you're looking for, but yeah, 10 miles is fine.
200 miles is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's when you're talking, 1,000 miles and things like that. That's when the error starts to creep in.
But that's the problem. If you're only measuring 30 meters, yeah, there's no point putting earth correction into that. But if you're measuring lots of different 30 meters together, then yes, you need to think about it. In the same line, I mean.
Mm-hmm. No, something
I
a
wonder
bit
if he
more
knows what a
sane.
state survey mark is.
Oh yes, this is a bit more sane.
Discussing a discovery of a very intriguing terrestrial planet that was recently discovered using the TESS telescope at a distance of approximately 200 light years away from planet Earth, but also a planet featuring quite a lot of unusual properties that both might help us explain certain things that we can't explain, but also presents a few mysteries we probably cannot explain just yet. So let's discuss this particular discovery in more detail, the discovery of a planet currently referred to as TOI 1075b. Although first, I wanted to briefly talk about what exactly is the mystery when it comes to these various types of terrestrial planets. So as you probably know by now, in the last decade or so, there has been a huge number of new planets discovered by various telescopes. The iconic Kepler telescope that's no longer operational is still the record holder, but the TESS telescope that's been launched a few years ago is slowly catching up. Both telescopes operate under the same principle. They look at various stars, and they try to identify shadows passing in front of those stars, in order to then maybe see some kind of a planet, or maybe even several planets, discovering quite a lot of properties about those planets in the process. First of all, it's possible to then see the atmosphere, by basically looking at the light as it passes through the atmosphere itself, but at the same time, it then becomes possible to identify several other features, including, for example, mass and of course density of the planet, although that becomes a little bit more tricky, as I'll explain to you in a few seconds. But as more and more planets have been discovered in the last few years, the scientists started to discover various patterns, especially patterns when it comes to terrestrial planets or various types of mini-Neptunes. If we were to look at planets of certain size, specifically compared to planet Earth, surprisingly there's quite a lot of so-called super-Earths, in this case planets that are at least 50% larger than planet Earth, and there are also quite a lot of mini-Neptunes, planets that are at least 2.5 times the size of planet Earth. These two are given as an example. But these two types of planets were always believed to be extremely different in terms of properties. One is essentially a kind of a gas giant, so something similar to what you see right here, basically a planet that's mostly probably made out of hydrogen, helium, and maybe has some kind of a core on the inside, but is probably much smaller than the rest of the planet. But these super-Earths are believed to be more terrestrial. They might have thick atmospheres, but for the most part, these are solid planets with quite a lot of crust, with actual terrestrial properties. In other words, in theory, you could maybe walk on the surface here. And quite a lot of these planets of both types have been found in the last few years. As a matter of fact, you can see from this list, the vast majority of planets discovered are either super-Earths or mini-Neptunes, with the terrestrial planets, similar to planet Earth, not actually being that common. But as you can see from this graph, there is a bit of a mystery here. It's the gap in between. Very few planets have been discovered that are approximately twice as large as planet Earth, or essentially planets in between mini-Neptunes and super-Earths. And this always created a bit of a mystery, with several potential explanations offered in the past. But one of the better explanations so far essentially suggested that, well, maybe at some point, these mini-Neptunes actually evolve into super-Earths by losing a huge chunk of their atmosphere. And that's possibly true for at least some of them. But it's also possible that maybe there is some kind of an in-between planet type, and it's really that type that changes into super-Earths over time. At least one of the recent papers even proposed the type of the planet this could be. They actually refer to them as helium planets. This recent paper, you can find in the description, suggests that because of various types of X-rays and ultraviolet radiation that these planets receive, over time they can actually start losing a huge chunk of their hydrogen atmosphere and actually only have helium left. And because of this preferential loss of hydrogen, they end up shrinking dramatically, but still maintain a relatively thick atmosphere of helium with at least 40% helium by mass. And this is exactly what maybe exists out there, at least in theory. And there is maybe a way to test this theory by examining one of these planets, such as the one that was just discovered right now. So here's what we know about this newly discovered planet. First of all, it's really large, and also really massive. It's nearly 10 times the mass of planet Earth, and is approximately 1.8 times larger, which makes it fit right in the middle of that unusual gap. Although here's the question, how can they possibly know the mass of this planet? It's obvious they can determine the size of the planet by measuring the size of the shadow as it passes in front of the star, but what about the mass? Well, as you probably know, various planets also influence their stars. As they orbit around the star, they end up pulling at the star, making it move just a little bit across the night skies. And this particular pull results in what's known as radial velocity. This actually can be easily measured by looking at the star and by seeing the changes in redshift and blueshift as the planet orbits around it. And by measuring these very minute changes, it then becomes possible to determine the mass, assuming that we actually know the mass of the star as well. In this case, this particular star seems to be about 60% the mass of our own Sun. And so by seeing these variations and by measuring this wobble, the scientists determined the mass to be approximately 10 masses of planet Earth. And if it's 1.8 times as large as planet Earth, this actually creates a new mystery. The mystery is density. So when it comes to average density, in the solar system, Earth is the winner. The density of Earth is about 5.5 grams per centimeter cube. And every other planet in the solar system is actually less dense. For example, Mars is 3.93, Venus is 5.24, and Mercury is about 5.43, with planet Saturn being the least dense of them all. Here the density is about 0.68, which is actually less than the density of water, which is why you might have heard that if you were to hypothetically place Saturn on the water, it would float. But I guess you would have to have a really large ocean for that. But with Earth being the densest, it actually does tell us a little bit more about the planet as well. Specifically that it does contain quite a lot of iron on the inside, which very likely causes the magnetosphere on the planet and thus improves the chances for life to exist for a very long time. But in case of this particular planet, the density was discovered to be practically twice as much as planet Earth, 9.32, which at the moment is really hard to explain. This makes it the densest super-Earth ever discovered, with this really high density suggesting that there's probably not much atmosphere first of all, but also the composition here is very different from what we expect. Specifically, it might contain some really unusual minerals and very likely a lot of really heavy metals with very high density. And because of the proximity to the parent star, it's actually very close to the parent star, it's also quite possible that here we have some kind of a magma ocean. And this could in essence produce a different type of an atmosphere. It might actually be a mixture of helium but also a lot of silicates evaporated from the surface of the planet. In other words, this planet might actually be evaporating rock because it's orbiting so close to the parent star. And as a result, some of this rock could be evaporating from the planet, leaving behind a lot of heavier metals and thus increasing the overall density. But all of this would have to be extreme. In other words, this planet will have to lose quite a lot of mass in order to actually explain this really high density. At the moment, it's still kind of difficult to explain, and it's basically one of the new mysteries to solve in some of the future studies. But there is a way for us to solve all of this, and actually really soon. James Webb Space Telescope. By observing this unique planet in the infrared light, it's going to become possible to determine everything about its atmosphere, and to also assess what sort of a surface it has as well. Is it essentially a lava planet, or is it something entirely different? And so in the next few weeks, or maybe in the next few months, we're probably going to be hearing more about this planet, and I'll definitely be following this up with a new video, because this is just a really intriguing discovery of a planet, an extreme planet, we've never really seen before, and a planet that seems to have the highest density of any super-Earth discovered to date. And so once there's more information, I'll follow this up with the next video. Until then, thank you for watching, subscribe, share this with someone who loves learning about space and sciences, come back tomorrow to learn something else, and maybe support this channel on Patreon by joining channel membership, or by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt you can find in the description. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Well, all these planets out there, why can't we ever find a planet that's solid gold or solid diamond or lead or you know, all these other minerals and elements? We have a helium planet, well that'd be a good place to go and collect some more helium. That'd come in handy.
Solid cheese.
No, the moon's made of cheese. You know that, Jimbo.
No. Cheese stock went down. Did you watch Wallace and Gromit?
Yeah, Wallace and Gromit went to the moon. It's made of cheese.
Yeah, but in the next film, they have a thing on the newspaper that the cheese stocks have depleted. Moon cheese is depleted. That's why they have to have their window washing business.
Ah. I admit I didn't watch all the Wallace and Gromit movies.
Oh,
What would you do with it if NASA said you can have it? Well, a planet that's made of gold or diamond or something.
that might destroy the economy. The planet of gold.
Hmm.
I don't know if there's much use for gold.
Well, we have all the elements out there, so it's just the rare elements.
I mean, diamond.
It's unusual.
Diamond has really good industrial properties. So diamond's useful. We use a lot of silver. Silver's good.
You know where gold comes from, Timbo?
Gold?
Yeah.
No, you tell me where gold comes from.
Oh, I thought you'd know. I've got a rough idea.
Oh, you mean how's it formed?
It comes from a dying star or a supernova star or something similar.
Don't know that one. I'll have to look it up.
I know I'm on the right track, I just can't remember the exact part of it. I know it's something to do with that.
Apart from the center of the earth, where else does gold come
Are you Googling where does gold come from?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
Okay.
Google's right all the time.
Okay.
Let's say here, all gold that is deposited on a planet was formed during explosions of stars and collisions of asteroids, and eventually found its way to Earth over time. But arguably, that's how all the elements came to Earth. But anyway.
So I was half right.
No, you're right. I'm just saying that
Oh.
It's just the same way that everything else came to Earth too, isn't it?
Well, I only knew
Arguably.
partially what it was. I picked up that fact because I watch a lot of mining exploration videos where people go down old mines and
okay.
look around and everything.
I thought you might wait. Ozzie gold miners on whatever it was, Discovery Channel.
No, I don't get that on YouTube, do I?
Nah, probably not. Where's everyone else gone?
Speakers, what about a
We're
planet
still here.
made of comfy sofas? Imagine all the loose change you'd find.
Supermassive planet called your mum.
I know where you can find a lot of gold. Well, where you try and look for a lot of gold might be a better way, hopefully, to find it. You ever seen them river mining? They do that in the I think it's up in Alaska, where because
Yes.
yeah, and they have the really rough rapids, and they dive for the gold.
There is a new series of that at the moment, and it's called Gold Rush Whitewater.
Yeah.
They're on. Oh, hello. Better late than
Hello.
never. They're on series 6 at the moment. I've been watching. I watch all of these, all the Gold Rushes, and I did used to watch Yukon Gold. Yeah, Whitewater. I mean, they are up in, it is. They're diving in whitewater.
Yeah.
Because they used to mine these places, like 100 odd years ago. So that the site they're trying to set up at the moment is almost impossible to get to. Then they've got their little rig that floats on pontoons and provides air and hot water to the diver, and down they go, and try not to get killed because it's Getting dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've been watching that since the start. That's quite interesting. And you think, no, I'll never do that. No, thank you.
Sounds like fun to me.
Guess who
Yeah.
turned up? Guess who turned up late, Farmer?
I know. I'll let him in.
Hasn't spoken.
I'm surprised you let me in.
Where's your note?
I can kick you
Where's
out
your
again.
note?
Yeah,
I've got an
You
excuse.
got your note from your mum?
I'll get a note from a surgeon. How about that?
Okay.
I'm not very well at the moment.
Oh no.
Oh dear. Have you got the lurgy?
No, it's all to do with my heart condition. I get days when I just get super tired. It's just overwhelming, and I'm just having one of those days. Well, the last couple of days actually.
Yeah, I had my pain for the last couple of days. I'm all right today.
Yeah, so I've just been but it affects your sleep pattern as well. You see, so you're not sleeping at the right times. You tend to sort of like doze off for half an hour or an hour here and there, sort of thing. When you're that tired and stuff, you never really sleep for long periods. It's just horrible. So yeah, the last few days has not been nice. But it is what it is.
We were talking about you earlier, and we was thinking, oh, you slept in. You probably didn't get up.
Well, you're right. I did. I was asleep. I was busy sleeping.
Yeah, there you go. We're all right.
You're right.
And I had a trivia question just for you, thinking, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, did you?
Yeah,
Oh,
you could ask him the question again to see if he knows what it is.
Yeah, go on then.
It was, which planet has all its moons named after characters from Shakespeare?
Oh, that's a good question.
Well, most of its moons. Not all.
I'm gonna.
There's a lot of moons.
I'm gonna say Jupiter or Saturn because they both got quite a few moons.
No, you're wrong.
No.
No? Well, it's not Mars.
You know what it is? Remember? No, it's not Mars. Do you remember,
Mars.
Terry?
Yeah, but I pronounced it the other way, not the other way.
Oh, Uranus.
You can say it.
Yeah, see,
Uranus.
there you go. That was the clue.
Everybody pronounces it wrong.
Yeah, there we go.
It's one of my pet hates as well.
Yeah.
When people call it that
That's
one,
mine
the other
too.
one.
That's mine too.
I was going, no, it's not. It's Uranus. Same
Yes,
problem.
that's it. Well, you're just in time for our last vid.
I thought I might have been. I was hoping. I was in time for one last thing.
So, this is our last vid.
Oh, better Lindsay. Yeah,
It's our last vid.
Lindsay?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, wrong vid. Sorry.
Wrong vid.
I was going to say, it's a bit late in the night.
We got Lindsay.
Bit late in the night for Lindsay.
Panic.
Yeah, we got Matt worried then. No.
I was Dan.
Had you worried then,
Dan.
didn't
I was to say we always finish with Dan.
Yeah. Had you worried then? You thought we were going to watch Lindsay, didn't you?
Yeah.
No, we were watching ourselves on Bev's channel, and we were watching a bit of MC Toon and
You're watching yourselves
Ryan.
on Bev's channel. Has he done a video of us? Has he?
Yes, he shields my channel on his YouTube.
Oh, right, okay.
It turns out they really like me over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And did you know Blue's got
Farmers
Blue's got
is
a team or a crew or a group or what?
A crew,
what do you
apparently.
call it?
Team.
A team.
Oh, we're Blue's team, are we?
Yeah, on here though.
Apparently.
On the
On
Ozzie
here,
perspective, yeah. Somehow.
Yeah.
I got no idea how that works.
Oh, what an idiot.
And he likes Farmer.
Oh, he really likes me. Yeah, I'm his favourite.
You was buddy.
Oh God, yeah.
But you're pleased about that.
Over the moon.
But he spent half an hour defending himself before he played the video with us critiquing his MC Toon debate.
What was he?
He doesn't seem to like me calling him a liar.
Yeah.
And he's waiting for me to go in and talk to him about it. And yeah,
Well, he's a liar.
I know that, and you know that.
But we might know
He lies
somebody that's going to
constantly.
go and put him in his place on Saturday.
Oh yes, he's got a debate. Blue's got a debate with him, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Be good. I saw that. I saw
You're gonna
that.
watch.
pop up.
You're gonna watch that live.
I think I might watch that live. Yeah. What time is it on Saturday?
Well, I don't know what your time would be.
3 p.m. my time.
Yeah, you're Eastern.
So that'd be what, 8 o'clock?
Plus 5, yeah.
Yeah, it'd be 8 o'clock.
Yeah,
800, yeah.
Yeah, about 8 o'clock. Yeah, I'll probably watch it.
I'm sure if you look at the notification on YouTube, it'll tell you what time it is in your world.
Yeah, well, I'm just being lazy.
Oh, it just says 2 days for me. It doesn't say the time yet.
Come on, you know Matt's lazy.
That's the thing, you see. This is what gets me. It's like, why do I need to go through the effort of clicking my mouse several times when I could just ask you guys and tell
Yeah,
me?
exactly.
Yes, the sheer effort involved in clicking your mouse.
I know, right?
What's that, Spook? Does anyone like me, apart from you? What? Have I got some people out there who don't like me?
I like Terry. Terry's all right-ish.
Who's all right?
Ish.
I even get credit from SC Montreal for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, that was strange.
Well, SC Montreal likes you, does he, Terry?
Yeah, he doesn't have a bad word to say about me for some reason.
Well, he's another idiot. Oh, no, actually, come to think of it, I actually like SC Montreal because he's that dumb, especially with that, orbital mechanics thing he had with Blue. That was just,
oh dear,
that just made my day. And then he posted it up as well, and I got to watch it again. That was glorious. So I love it. That's so funny. He hasn't got a clue.
Nope.
I think he was actually on. I can't remember which Discord it was. Some days ago. And he's going, look, I only need to show up on a chat and everybody jumps all over me. And I said, do you know why? Do you know why people love talking to you? It's because you're so dim. That's why. Everybody wants to know what stupid thing you're going to say next. Anyway, Terry. Press play. Please.
Telekinesis is the believed ability to be able to move objects with your mind. The great James Randi used to debunk people that claim they could do this for fun. In fact, his $1 million challenge is still active and yet to be claimed. So when I saw a man who is claiming to move a cup with just his mind, I simply had to have a look.
I can't understand why people.
Hello all and welcome along to another
Debunk
episode of
so many
Tinfoil
times.
Tuesday with me, Simon Dan. Thank you very much for joining me. Before we begin today, a huge thank you to the sponsors of today's 3 months extra free. Right, back to today's video, which, as I said in the intro, is a man claiming to be able to do telekinesis. The man in question is a guy called Treeball7, and apparently he makes a cup move 22 times in 9 minutes. Let's have a look.
Happy fall equinox. This is Trevor7 and it is September 22nd, 2022. Cups, and more cups. That's what this video is all about. So I've been messing around with various cups and mugs and whatnot over the last few weeks. And I wanted to start with something easy, something I could actually move. Styrofoam turned out to be the ticket. I tried a plastic cup and a paper cup, and I think the styrofoam has
Light enough for the blow on, yeah.
better connectivity for telekinesis.
right.
I'm not sure why. Perhaps
Styrofoam.
static electricity is involved, or
Well, that wouldn't
I
be
want to-
telekinesis, would it? That would be static electricity. Styrofoam is an excellent insulator, which means it can easily be charged due to all the free electrons available. Now, as far as I'm aware, telekinesis is the ability to move things with your mind alone. Nothing else.
I don't know. Lighter.
Make it move
Get a bigger
towards you.
target with less weight. Any rate, I found it rather fun messing with the styrofoam cup. I probably did more time with this one than any other one. And I'm showing you this first clip in its entirety. A little slow getting started, but
All he needs to do is have somebody over on the side blowing on it.
Well, that's one way, yeah. Or he can blow it himself,
Or flick a switch on
Which is the usual thing you would do.
fan. Have a fan blowing.
Yeah, you could use static, or you have somebody blown on it. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. Somebody on the side you wouldn't know.
because I'd moved it a few times before I turned the camera on and felt like I was pumped up and ready to go for a demonstration.
But surely if you're
Make it-
moving this cup
make
with
it
your
move
mind,
towards
it would
you.
move on your first attempt, wouldn't you think? Now, it's quite clear to me that you're trying to use those static charges and manipulate them to try and get that styrofoam cup to move.
Typically, I
No,
practice at night.
It's not actually, Dan.
And when I started practicing with this cup, I was setting it on a book just to get a smoother roll surface. But I think it's a little more impressive on the tablecloth thing there. You see a little jittering move I'm making? I think telekinetic energy comes out in a pulse rather than a steady stream.
Telekinetic energy comes out in a pulse? Really?
Oh, yeah.
I don't ever remember
Total
the
air
great
currents.
Uri Geller saying that.
And it seems like I'm getting like rapid fire when I use that little jittery motion. Now, I don't want you to walk away from this thinking, oh, this is how you have to do it. I tried lots of different things,
use
little
your
pull
hand first.
technique and all kinds of different things I try, and this is what seemed to work best for this particular target. So I'm kind of rolling with that. But I don't think you can say that there's one way to do telekinesis because different targets require different approaches.
Yep, whether or not you can use static electricity to move a very light object. That's about the cut and dry of it, isn't it?
This feels more energetic to me, or sort of electrical. And when we move on to different targets, they kind of took a little different approach. But this was a super fun target, and I had a lot of fun moving this styrofoam cup around, and it feels good just to give you a full clip. Typically I have 5 minutes worth of decent footage out of a 10 to 20 minute clip. Ooh, I really like that one. Did you see that one? I got a hold of that one.
Yeah, we all saw, buddy, we all saw. Static electricity can give us some brilliant little party tricks, like bending water, sticking balloons to things, and even making a plate hover. And what sort of plate is this? Oh, it's a styrofoam one. Of course it is.
Yep, wrapping it up. All right, stepping it up to the old teacup, which I don't drink tea a lot or anything, but this old teacup was in my cupboard, and
Oh,
I
anybody
messed
can do
with
this.
it for, gosh, I don't know, almost a week, I guess.
A teacup? Now, this should be interesting.
And I wasn't sure how this was going to work out doing 2 demos in the same day, but I felt pretty confident, so I gave it a try. See, I'm using a little different technique
roll
on
on
this one.
Yeah,
I
you
had to
can do
rely
that
a
at
little
home as
more on the empathy and imagination with the teacup. You kind of saw me grabbing that handle. And that's really kind of what I'm empathizing with. Just trying to pull on that handle and let the
Empathising
cup
with
do
the
the
handle
rest.
of a teacup.
But again, it's a mind game. How you communicate with your subconscious may be entirely
make it
different.
go the other way. Come on.
No,
Okay,
it's
I've
not
got a
solid
theory
table
about
as well.
what's going on here. What do you think?
What's that, Matt?
Well, I mean, Dan points it out in just a second here, but it doesn't point out why I noticed. I'm not sure, but
Okay.
notice that the table, the cup is slightly sinking into the table.
Yeah, it's got, yeah.
It's like a cloth on the table, or a thick cloth to begin with. So that's going to help him to start with.
Okay.
To get a little bit more.
Let me know in
kind
the
of
comments how you
balance.
think he's doing this.
It's
But
basically
again, this
Terry.
was another-
Pause for a sec before he reveals it. Now, first of all, I don't think the first one was static. I think he was just blowing on it because I've done that trick myself. and
No,
that's
it's not.
how
It's
I do
not.
it.
It's not even that, dude. It's not even that. Look, notice. No, right.
That's the first one. That's the first one. The
Oh,
teacup
yeah, the first one. Yeah,
is
yeah,
the
yeah.
handle.
Yeah.
So the
it's
teacup
weight
is
of
the handle.
Yeah, it's the weight of the
So he
handle.
gets
yeah.
it. So, and he's changed the cloth because it's not the same as the previous one. Because, like you're saying, you can see it's now got something soft underneath the cloth, so that it'll roll. And I think you'll also find he's slightly dragging his hand on the cloth as well, which also helps to sort of get it to roll over. That's why it always rolls in the direction the handle is closest to the ground.
That's what I was just going to say. That's part of it, but also it's kind of like a balancing act. But you'll notice something that Dan points out in just a minute, which is obvious as well.
Yeah, and the other thing is, you notice it's a very thin cup with a very heavy handle.
Yeah. So
you won't find it'll work with a very thick cup with a light handle.
Yeah.
I'll try my coffee mug.
Anyway, carry on.
They're a fun target, and I'm actually trying to work my way up to a coffee mug, which was inspired by another practitioner on YouTube, Hugo Logo. And if you watched my live stream the other night. You've already seen it. But here you go. Here's some no-hand stuff. And this one took heavy empathy, and as you can see, I have to really get calmed down and wait till the energy's just right on the inside and use the old empathy mindset energy along with some mimicry.
Now, did you notice how many cuts there were in that video, in that small part there? With the styrofoam cup, there were no cuts at all. It was all one big long shot. So why cut so much with this teacup? Well, it's my belief that he spends quite a bit of time balancing this teacup in such a way that it will eventually topple over. You know, we've all done it when you try and balance something and it stays there for a little bit and then all of a sudden it just drops over, like that. It's why he cuts out the start bit where he's spending a bit of time balancing it. That's what I think. What do you think, guys?
All right, here we go. Boom, this is what I really wanted to show you. The old coffee mug. It says congratulations with a D.
Right, here we go. Let's see if he just puts it down or if there's a cut to it just being in its balanced position. Let's have a look.
My sister gave me that to me for my graduation gift. And it had some other goodies inside. Zippo lighter and whatnot.
And there we go, a cut. Why cut it? Just put it down and roll it like you did with the styrofoam cup.
But anyway, this is what Hugo was working with, or about the same caliber. And as you can see, it's a struggle.
Notice how thick the
it's slow. You got to watch closely. Keep focused on the handle if you can.
Get into it.
And watch for the pulls because they're not that obvious. But I tell you what, it was very gratifying. I really enjoyed working with this mug.
Yeah, I'm not convinced. I'd like to see him put that cup down in one continuous shot on a table without a tablecloth and then try and move it over.
And I could get it to flip a little faster on a smooth surface. I also practiced on this one with a book. But I kind of like the challenge. And I like the fact that you can see, you know, your full effect rather than just one little tip and then it rolls on its own. Kind of helps you see what you're doing. That's pretty gratifying. And as far as which hand works the best, I'm using the same technique on both hands. I don't really consider one hand is better for one thing or another. It's just a conduit for you to channel your energy through. So, you know, your eyes and your hands are your best bet to go to for conducting energy beyond your body.
As well as cuts in your video, am I right? Well, there we go. A fascinating insight into how telekinesis works. And by the looks of it, it's all static electricity and video cutting. What do you think? Thank you so much for watching today. It truly is appreciated. I do hope you enjoyed that little episode there. Telekinesis is something I've been looking at for a while. This guy popped up. It seemed the perfect one to go to, and I'm going to probably look at him again. If you enjoyed it today, please do consider subscribing to the channel. And if you really enjoyed it, hit that like button too, and consider sharing. Just enough time to once again thank Surfshark for sponsoring today. Remember, visit surfshark.deals/SimonDan and use my code SimonDan to get 83% off and 3 months extra free. I've been Simon Dan. Have yourselves a great week, and I'll see you all on Friday for more Flat Earth fun. See you then.
Oh, totally bogus.
I'd like to see him. I'd like to see him do it live. The mug days.
Gravity.
I'd see him make
What do
it
you
go.
mean? Gravity's got something to do with anamorphic suggesting.
Gravity! Gravity!
I'd like to see once he gets it over onto the table, have it come back again.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah, if it falls over to one side with the handle, why can't he make it go back the other way?
I'd like it to see make it stand up.
Yeah, or make it see stand up. Oh, he just reversed the video, won't he?
Or float.
That's nothing. Every morning at 6 o'clock, I look out my music room window and I force my neighbour to get into his car, and then I make the car drive down the road.
that takes some mental powers.
It does.
Oh,
It does.
you're so powerful, Paul. You're
Yeah,
so
I am. Yeah.
Either that or it says something about
You've
neighbour
never
wants
thought
get
to
away from it every
abuse
time
your
in the
powers.
morning.
You've only done them for good, not evil, Paul.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, there was that one time. We don't talk about that.
Okay. We won't
Let's talk about it. I want to know.
Oh, and there was.
I just want.
Oh yeah, there was. Yeah, that one as well.
That one.
Yeah,
Oh god. Yeah. No. Definitely don't talk about that one. No.
Exactly.
Well, I was going to ask: is it your powers, or is it just an indication that he wants to get away from every morning?
Could be true. Don't spoil the
Yeah.
joke, Timbo. Don't
Paul's,
spoil the
Paul's, Paul's staring out the window looking at me.
Well, that's true, actually. Yeah, that would be a bit creepy. Oh God, I'm going in. He's just staring out the window, half naked, just go out of bed. What the hell? Never thought about that. Oh dear.
So you're not live streaming
Did
the
it?
Artemis rocket anymore?
No, my computer was struggling. It's struggling really bad, so I thought it's better because I mean, like at this point of the thing, it's really it's a lot of nothing, to be honest. So I'll get back to streaming it. I think maybe the day before splashdown. Maybe I've got a new processor coming.
So are they
that should be
showing any
here
videos of
any
the
day.
cameras pointing out the front window as it's going along?
No, there's been lots of images though. Been lots of images. It's been some really nice ones. Ones when
Did
it
you
shows
see my
both of you.
Did you get to see my thumbnail? Well, you missed out.
I
on
saw that. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, it's good.
That's the
Yeah,
image I got from NASA's site. I didn't pinch that from any Discords or anything
Yeah,
like that.
it's nice. Yeah, there's been several with the Earth and Moon in the same shot. It's nice.
In fact, somebody changed the moon to a the one off Star Wars.
Yeah.
Death Star.
I don't know.
That's not a moon.
That's no moon.
Yeah. There's a few where you've got the one when it's kind of like the one behind the other sort of thing, but there's a few side by side and different perspectives as well. It's really nice. And there's one where it's like
And still
close up to the moon.
Still no stars, so therefore it's all fake.
Yeah. I got no idea why there'd be no stars.
Oh, he's coming up in Twitter, believe you me, amongst the fluff. Where's the stars? Where's the stars?
Oh yeah.
Same old explanation. Oh, how many times? We'll go over it again then.
Ask them put a big bright light out and then take pictures of your own stars and see how well you get.
Yeah. Go and take a picture of the moon on a clear night and set it up for the moon, and then see how many stars you can see. Oh, that's right. You can't. It must be fake.
Yeah.
Still, if you're going to lie, you've got to lie about everything, haven't you?
Yeah.
Bev, if you're listening.
You're not suggesting that Bev's a liar, are you, Farmer's Boy?
No, I'm not suggesting it. I'm stating it.
Oh,
It's
okay.
fact.
God, there was a debate I was listening to while I was working the other day, and they had this numpty on there trying to claim that the Earth was not like what it should be because apparently two people that are 6 foot tall with walkie-talkies could communicate over a distance of about 6 miles, right? But the horizon is only supposed to be 3 miles away.
Oh
no!
And they argued this point for nearly an hour, and neither side could realise that it's because each person has a horizon of 3 miles, which adds up to 6 miles. Duh.
Miles.
I swear that they think the horizon is some sort of big physical step, and that anything that goes beyond this 3 miles just drops away. Just gone.
Yeah.
So you're saying we can see ships beyond 3 miles? Well, if they're big enough, you can see them for a damn sight more than that.
Yeah.
But they do actually believe that, farmers. Farmers, that's what Gleason said. He said that you only had this limited vision. And when you went up in a balloon or anything like that, you could only see this set number of distance. So
we had Brian.
Believe.
When was it? Oh, it was Monday in Jose's. We had Brian Leakey come on, and he's going on about the left and the right horizon. And it's like, dude, mate, there's one horizon, and it's a circle.
The left and right horizon.
He means instead of looking at something longitudinally in front of you, looking laterally either side. I presume that's what he meant. But it's like, mate, it's the same horizon. It's a circle. He's going, right. It's a circle of sight. And I said, yes. And the higher you go, the bigger that circle gets. No. Yeah. And it's like, they're impossible to talk to. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It is a circle of sight because the horizon is a circle that goes all the way around you because that's how far you can see. And the higher you go, the bigger that circle gets, and eventually that circle's as big as the circumference of the planet because you're out there in space looking at all of it. But he couldn't see that. Yeah.
Well, he is the same one that uses the word smiley and frown to describe things, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, he
Yes.
talks about
That's
the
right.
star trails. The
Yes.
star trails. This one's a frowny face because it shapes this way.
Yeah, it depends on which
shapes
way the
other
arc is going as to whether it's arcing up or arcing down. And is it a frowny face or a smiley face? And so,
Yeah.
really, you're a grown adult. You've got kids.
Yeah,
You've got grandkids, and you still talk like that. They're your concepts.
That would be Mr. Leakey.
That's the one. Yeah,
Mhm.
you did the right thing. You bailed out on that one, didn't you? And I think I did not long afterwards as well. It was like I've got better things to do than listen to this.
Yeah.
I think I went and
I
stayed
think
at the
it's
wall
like
for
what you-
half an hour.
It's like what you posted in Fairsuck there, Lou, that they don't realise that it doesn't help their case because it should be a curve if it's a circular horizon.
It will be. No matter what you do, if you go any altitude above that circle, it looks like a curve.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's exactly what the horizon does.
They say it's straight. Actually, it's all right. Would work if you thought it was a square Earth, but then you'd have to try and find the corners. But that'd be fun.
Yeah, left and right horizon.
Yeah, it just doesn't work, does it?
No.
Well, it can't be as any bad as space weight. That's always makes me laugh.
Space weight.
Space weight. Yeah, that
Space weight.
that was a classic. Yeah. I'll give
Oh,
you that.
who was that? That was that Australian guy, wasn't it? What's his name?
Space weight.
Oh,
I don't know.
Said it.
I heard it
guy.
from a few people, but
It was that guy.
That guy. That's it.
That guy?
Yeah,
It was that guy.
That
Yeah.
guy. Yeah,
That
his
guy.
name's that guy. That's what he calls himself. That guy.
That's it.
I haven't heard from him for a while. Is he still doing stuff? Is he? Or?
I
Which guy?
think he went away for that guy.
That guy.
Went
Yeah.
away for a bit.
that guy.
That guy, Terry. Not this guy. That guy.
Oh, that guy.
I think it finally got through to even him that he'd made a bit of a tit of himself.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He was a prize tit. He was.
I said a bit.
Oh.
We've had a few of those down here. That's what I was talking about too. And we were talking about what's this? That guy, Sandy. I reckon that the sun never sets south or west, and he won't go on tune when he's during the summer because obviously
I've seen a growing number of flat earthers from Japan on Facebook.
Okay, Japan. I know
Japan,
there's a
yeah.
huge number. There's a
Well,
huge
they were
number in
brighter than
Brazil. There's some ridiculous number, like 20-30% of people in Brazil are flat earthers.
Well, according to a survey, yeah, but I don't know how true that is. But I mean, they are.
No, it is.
They are
There's smears of
extremely
them.
religious, though, aren't
Yeah.
they? But I mean, it's mostly Catholicism in Brazil, though, isn't it?
Yeah,
Catholic.
and that's where there seems to be some trend that way. Because there was some guy they said they had a very straw poll in saying, oh, there's no one in, hardly anyone believes in flat earth. And then he asked, and the two cameramen and one of the stage hands and stuff believed in flat earth. And I was like, really?
I don't rely much on polls, to be honest, because they're not an accurate way of getting a measurement. So it's all done on polls and surveys and stuff like that. They're saying that 30% or something thinks the Earth is flat, and I'm not sure that's true.
Well, I found that one survey had done 8,000 Americans and worked out that 2% of Americans believe the Earth is flat.
I'm not sure.
But,
Are we all done?
oh, Mr. 42.
Are we all done?
Oh, Mr. 42.
Where's Mr. 42?
42 out in the channel. He's over in our Discord.
Ah. Is it radioactive? What's radioactive, Mr. 42?
Well, he's not going to hear you, is he?
He's lurking at
Yeah,
us.
so-
No, he's still there.
All right. We're finished. I've already said me goodbyes out there to the peanuts in text. So I'll get rid of everything. Oh, I'll do that. I don't need all that. Oh, thanks Timbo. Thanks Farmer's Boy. Thanks William Crooks. Crooks. Yeah, that guy. Yeah, that's him. And
No, it's
thanks
not that
Big
guy.
Blue.
We talked about that guy.
Yeah, that guy. Thanks, Matt.
Oh, no.
Who's we have out there? Biggest Doggers from Fondle, Nerd Alert, Anamorphic, Spooky, GD, Extra Large, M2M, Cursed with High IQ. Gotta scroll
Who?
up now. That guy. John Stock. Larry DeMarch.
Are you talking about the creepy guy that stares at his neighbours in the morning? That guy.
Yeah.
Judy, Zebulon, Fred. I think Clive went earlier on. He did say his goodbyes earlier. Jezza. Who else was out there? Carl wasn't there tonight. Stewie. Oh yeah, there's Clive way back there. Okay, and don't forget to watch Blues Debate with Bev on Saturday.
I'll be
Righto,
listening to it
so
while I'm
Saturday.
feeding the ducks.
Okay.
Feeding the ducks.
Well, on
Make the ducks listen to it.
Saturday morning, you got to feed the ducks. Do you get up at the crack of dawn?
I do.
Oh!
I was waiting to get that in.
Yeah.
All right then.
He's
Good night, panel. Night,
been waiting.
Peanuts.
He's been waiting for years to say that. Actually, since he's known you. I said it at last.
Good night, Peanuts.
Good night.
No.
And no words of wisdom?
I haven't got any today.
You haven't got nothing?
Not today. Anyone else?
Nope.
No, got nothing?
Nope.
No.
Not tonight.
Not tonight, okay.
I've got one. Hold on before you end it. If you
Okay. I'll wait.
Hold on. I have to bring it up to read it because I can't remember word for word. Hang on a second.
Well, they must be very wise words if you can't remember them.
Anamorphic, I don't have a day job, so I can't quit something I don't have.
It's not something wise, but something that's true. So it goes like this.
Okay.
Conspiracies are a perennial favourite for television producers because there is always a receptive audience. There you go. Michael Shermer said that. How true that is, though.